Hindi ko wala pang kulay ng buhok. Second, letter C po. Letter C. GT. Sabihin mo naman kung yung naging board ka sa politika. Barbero. Letter B. Letter B. Bakit? Ito po kasi teacher sa April. So, isa pero parang mo nakita sa Manila. So, letter B, C, D, G. Pero kung natin C, kapag D, Jasmine. Agree ka ba sa so, meron kang gusto sa
Okay na po. Okay.
Joseph, ako na lang. Letter E. Favorite.
Wala kasi ano, tingin ko hindi naman delikado.
Mas forward ka ng pagkita mas na.
Makita naman sir yung kanya dyan. Check ko naman. Anong music?
Bethany, nakakatumot di imakon. Sa may kadidyan. Naka raise hand. Hindi mo raise hand. Medyo baba. Beta, okay lang. Okay lang Beta. Mute and
Good afternoon, everyone. May we request our participants to please mute your microphones so as not to interfere with our hosts and our speakers. Thank you. These are our online meeting rules. Please settle in a quiet location so that minimal noise cannot interfere during the conference. Please set your Zoom meeting name by putting your agency, your position, and your full name. Please close all applications that may cause any form of distraction during the session. And please mute all members' audio to eliminate unwanted background noises while the presenter discusses the topic. With your consent, this meeting will be recorded virtually. An open forum will be provided after each talk. Please chat in your questions. If there be questions, please raise your virtual hand so we can assist you. And please observe courtesy and stay calm.
Jambut dari kon ni. Good mom. You are muted. Ni mom.
Father name. Pag makita picture dito ito.
Okay. Ready na po tayo.
Yung mga details na.
Ready na po. In 3. Teka. Wait lang. May ingay. Natawag? Okay.
Hello, Ma'am May Rose.
Hi, Sir Al.
Good afternoon to the administrators, faculty, and staff of the higher education institutions in Region 1. The Commission on Higher Education celebrates today its 27th anniversary with the theme, Moving Forward, Claiming Victory for the Philippine Higher Education, Pamantasan, Pandayan, Tungo sa Kaunlaran. And this morning, the Central Office opened the week-long celebration with messages from the government officials headed by President Rodrigo Duterte and CHED officials headed by Chairperson J. Prospero de Vera III, and presented the accomplishments of the Commission through the years. And one of these notable accomplishments is the implementation of RA 10931, or the Free Higher Education Act, which at the moment has helped more than 2 million students in the country. This is just one of the many victories we claim and we will claim.
So this afternoon, we put aside for a little while our victories because we shift our focus to the very reason why there are victories in the first place. We focus on you. This afternoon, as a sign of our appreciation to all your efforts, support, and cooperation, we're offering this virtual social conference dubbed as PADYAK, Sama-sama. Sama-sama tayong magdiwang, sama-sama tayong magsaya.
Before we go further into our program, let us put ourselves in the holy presence of the Lord as we have our opening prayer to be led by the St. Louis College Chorale. This will be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and the ASEAN Hymn.
Layunin sa mataas na edukasyo'y sulong. Ito ay panana't pananagutan sa bayan. Komisyon sa lalong mataas na edukasyon. Tinitiyak kalidad at programa'y abot ng lahat. Ng edukasyong institusyon ngayon laganap. Sentrong kagalingan, pagmulatan at pangarap ng bawat Pilipino may matayong na bukas. Komisyon sa lalong mataas na edukasyon. Sa mundo ay hiyaw, mataas na edukasyon. Ang Pilipino'y mahusay, tatak, mahusay Jen mabuhay. Pagod ay hindi ang lagot ng intelektual, lumikha ng mabuti at maunlad na mundo. Pangalang kasaysayan, kulturay kamahal rito, angat Pilipino mahusay may dangal. Komisyon sa lalong mataas na edukasyon, sa mundo ay hiyaw, mataas na edukasyon, ang Pilipino'y mahusay, tatak, Jen, itanghal, Pilipino mahusay, Jen, mabuhay. Mabuhay ang Jen, itanghal ang husay. Mabuhay, mataas na edukasyon, Pilipino. Mabuhay ang Jen, itanghal ang husay. Mabuhay, mataas na edukasyon, Pilipino.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our CHED hymn. And also we have to thank St. Louis College Chorale. They were awarded the Grand Champion in the 2019 Tugsayawit competition and 2020 Online Chorale competition. And now we call on Mrs. Nympha N. Bueno, our Chief Administrative Officer, for the acknowledgement of participants.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure and it's an honor to acknowledge the participants to this Zoom meeting, our presidents, other key officials, faculty members, and even students from the different higher education institutions in Region 1. Let me acknowledge our participants coming from HEIs in Ilocos Norte. We have from Data Center College of the Philippines of Lawag City Incorporated, President Joseph D. Sico. Sir. We also have from the Divine Word College of Lawag, headed by Reverend Father Gaudencio G. Pugat, SVD. Participants from the Mariano Marcos State University, headed by its president, Dr. Shirley C. Agrupis. Of course, we also have participants from the Americas of Our Joy College Seminary Incorporated, headed by Reverend Father Jesus Cirilo Bala Jr. And from Northern Christian College Incorporated, headed by its president, Dr. Lucris Karina Agnier Paraan. And from Northwestern University, headed by President Attorney Ferdinand S. Nicolas. And from STI Education Services Group Incorporated, headed by its president, President Evangeline Salaguban. Participants from the province of Ilocos Sur. We also have from Ilocos Norte, Ama Computer College. Welcome po. From Ilocos Sur, we have Data Center College of the Philippines of Vigan City Incorporated, headed by President Lauro A. Rapisura. From Divine Word College of Vegan, headed by President Reverend Father Edsel R. Demilio, SVD. From Ilocos Sur Community College, our key officials from Ilocos Sur Community College are also with us today. We also have Ilocos Sur Polytechnic State College, headed by President Gilbert R. Arce. From Macro College, Colleges Incorporated, headed by Dr. Devina C. Kime. And from Nicosat Colleges, headed by Dr. Jocelyn Abelia Galang, President. And from North Luzon, Philippines State College, headed by its President, Dr. Elizabeth M. Gapusana. Joining us also today are the key officials from St. Benedict College of Northern Luzon Incorporated, headed by its President, Sister Mary Theogenia Magallanes, OSB. Participants from St. Mary's College, Santa Maria Ilocos Sur Incorporated, headed by President Leonida Diaz Sison. And participants from St. Paul College of Ilocos Sur, headed by President Sister Carolina Agravante, SPC, and the participants from STI College Vegan, headed by its campus director or campus head, Miss Laila Isagere Malamu. And of course, from the University of Northern Philippines, Dr. Erwin F. Cardona. These are our participants from the province of Ilocos Sur. Then we go to La Union. We have from AMA Computer College, La Union Incorporated, headed by the campus director, Miss Maricris Almoite. We also have from Sicosat Colleges, Dr. Jacqueline Abelia Dasiego. From Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, headed by its president, Dr. Jaime I. Manuel Jr. And from Lafins Scholastica Colleges Incorporated, President Zenaida C. Fin. From La Union Christian Comprehensive College, headed by President Micheline V. Rabara. From La Union College of Science and Technology Incorporated, headed by President Marie Cherry M. Quinto. From Lorma Colleges Incorporated, headed by President Dr. Carol Lynn R. Macagba. From Northern Philippines College for Maritime Science and Technology Incorporated, headed by President Feban Jose M. Quinto. From Oceans Educational Foundation, headed by President Danilo A. Concepcion. From the Philippine College of Northwestern Luzon, headed by President Ricardo R. Querer Jr., should say. From the Polytechnic College of La Union Incorporated, headed by President Donna Marie P. Santos. From St. John Bosco College of Northern Luzon, we have participants headed by President Rodolfo Abad. From Sea and Sky College Incorporated, headed by President Daniel T. Bolong Jr. From South Ilocanja College of Arts and Technology, headed by President Chan Y. Chan. And from St. Louis College of San Fernando La Union Incorporated, headed by President Reverend Father Ramon C. Calusa, CICM. Now we go to our participants from the province of Pangasinan. We have the ABE International College of Business and Accountancy, Urdaneta City Incorporated, headed by its school head, Mr. Alvin Serrano. From AMA Computer College, Pangasinan Incorporated, headed by school head Mini Teresita M. Maribay. From Asbury College Incorporated, headed by Reverend Marcia G. Alexander. And participants from the Asia Career College Foundation Incorporated, headed by its president, President Florencio Z. Reyno Jr. From Binalatongan Community College, President Dr. Macrina B. Kahala. Our participants from Colegio de Dagupan Incorporated, headed by President Voltaire P. Arzadon. Participants from Colegio de San Juan de Letran Manawag, headed by President Father Stephen R. Redillas. We also have participants from Colegio San Jose de Alaminos Incorporated, headed by President Reverend Father Melchor Joseph C. Braga. And from the Gupan Colleges Foundation Incorporated, headed by President Dennis P. Valdez. Our participants from Divine Word College of Urdaneta, headed by Reverend Father Roberto G. Ibay. And participants from Golden West Colleges Incorporated, headed by President Domini P. Valdez. We also have with us participants from the International College for Excellence Incorporated, headed by President Engineer Danilo Bilim, and participants from Kingfisher of Business and Finance, headed by President Augustus P. Lambino. Joining us also today are participants from Luna Colleges Incorporated, headed by President Maria Lourdes Fernandez Mamenta. Participants from Lyceum Northern Luzon Incorporated, headed by Dr. Mariano M. Gandia, the President. And from Lyceum Northwestern University, Urdaneta City Campus, headed by President Dr. Luz T. Hammersheim. She is also the president of Lyceum Northwestern University in Dagupan City. And we have participants from that big university. Joining us also are participants from Malasiki Agno Valley College Incorporated, headed by President Jevi P. de Guzman, and from Mary Help Christians College Seminary, headed by Reverend Father Jim S. Cerezo, the President. Also with us are participants from Mary Help of Christian Theology Seminary, headed by President Monsignor Oliver E. Mendoza. From Metro Dagupan Colleges, headed by President Dr. Romay de Asis, and Mystical Rose College of Science and Technology, headed by Dr. Brian C. Manawis, the President. From NJ Colleges Foundation, headed by President Dennis P. Valdez, participants from the Northern Luzon Adventist College Incorporated, headed by Dr. Neptali J. Mañez, the President. Participants from the Polaris College Incorporated, headed by President Attorney Faye Liaua S. Baun. Participants from Pangasinan Merchant Marine Academy, headed by its President Dr. Guillermo de la Cruz Jr. From Pangasinan State University, headed by its dynamic President Dr. Dexter Arbuted. From Pan Pacific University, North Philippines, Tayug Campus, headed by President Dr. Donna Padilla Tagiba. Pan Pacific University Incorporated, Urdaneta City, Pangasinan, headed by its President Ronda T. Padilla. We also have participants from Pass College Incorporated, headed by President Adelina M. Morante, and from Perpetual Help College of Pangasinan Incorporated, headed by President Dr. Ruel A. Crisostomo. Joining us also this afternoon are participants from the Philippine College of Science and Technology in Calasiao, Pangasinan, headed by its President Dr. Lourdes S. Fernandez. From Philippine Darakbang Theological College, headed by its President Dr. Rosalia D. Guadana. Participants from FINMAC Yupang College Urdaneta Incorporated, headed by its President Dr. Chito Salazar. From PIMSAT Colleges Incorporated San Carlos City, and from PIMSAT Colleges Incorporated in Dagupan City, participants headed by President Attorney Rebene C. Carrera. With us also, friends, are our participants from Rosales Wesleyan Bible College, headed by Reverend Alexander T. Bermudez, and our participants from St. Columban's College, headed by Reverend Father Leo R. Macaraeg, our heads in these colleges. So we also have participants from San Carlos College Incorporated, headed by Dr. Edward Vincent D. Unzon, the President, and from Senior Tesoro College, headed by President Editha T. Cardozo. Participants from St. Camilo's College of Manawag Foundation, headed by President Attorney Diosdado R. Mendoza, daming Pangasinenses, and participants from St. Teres College Foundation, headed by President Dr. Armand F. Maglio. Participants from STI Educational Service Group Incorporated in Dagupan City, headed by its school head, Mr. Arnil A. Binduan. From Adelphi College Incorporated, headed by President Attorney Jose L. Lopez Sr. Participants from Great Plebeian College, headed by its school director and also the president, Ms. Lourdes P. Garcia. Participants for the University of Eastern Pangasinan, headed by its president, Dr. Evelyn B. Abalos Tombok, and from the University of Luzon Incorporated, participants headed by its president, Dr. MacArthur M. Samson. Joining us also this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, are our friends from the University of Pangasinan, headed by President Dr. Chito Salazar, from the Urdaneta City University, headed by the University President, Attorney Dar A. Diga, our friends from Virgen Milagrosa University Foundation, headed by Dr. Maria Lilia Posadas Juan, our president, and of course, our friends from the WCC Aeronautical and Technological College Incorporated, headed by President Raymond Patrick B. Grito. Friends, also with us this afternoon is our keynote speaker from our central office. She is our OIC, Office of the Executive Director 4. We have with us this afternoon Attorney Lily Frida C. Macabangon Milia. And one of our speakers joining us also this afternoon, of course, kasi speaker siya. We have Father Jerry M. Orbos, our Mission Animation Office from Christ the King Mission Seminary. And of course, another speaker we also have this afternoon, Dr. Dems M. Mamaat, our registered psychologist. Napakagaling ng lahat ng ating mga speakers this afternoon, friends. So stay with us until the last speaker and until the last part of this program. And we hope that you will enjoy this forum or meeting, and we will have a very healthy and inspiring discussion with our speakers. Thank you once again and welcome po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Ma'am Nefa. To welcome us all and to introduce our keynote speaker, here is our vibrant and dynamic Director 4, Dr. Rogelio T. Galera, Jr.
Speakers, Attorney Lily Freda Emilia, Father Jerry Orbos, SVD, and Dr. Dem Mamaat, to the administrators, faculty, and staff of the higher education institutions of Region 1 to whom this virtual conference is dedicated, to my CHED family, and to all our online viewers. An afternoon full of optimism to you all. Today, we kickstart our week-long celebration of the 27th Commission on Higher Education anniversary with our PADYAK Sama-Sama, a virtual social gathering of CHEDRO 1 and HCI personnel in the region. This is to show our appreciation to the great work that you do, being our education frontliners, saving our youth from the perennial cancers of society, ignorance, and poverty. Your selfless and tireless collective efforts, your determination to attain your institutional goals, your creative and innovative skills and talents, and of course, your genuine passion to produce competent, educated, independent, self-directed graduates have created a huge impact in the society. How about we give ourselves a big round of applause? My salute to all of you. You are the very essence of our celebration, for without you, we can never claim victories in higher education. We understand that claiming victories entails a lot of sacrifices from you. As former US President Dwight Eisenhower said, there are no victories at bargain prices. For one to achieve victory, one has to give his full energy. But the question is, how do you refuel so you can claim more? Do you still take time to rest, relax, and recharge? Do you still practice self-care? Recent interviews and informal studies have shown that a lot of our school personnel have been encountering issues on mental health. The closure of schools and social isolation implemented locally, and a lot of transitions and adjustments in the personal and professional life of employees through an uncertain period have resulted in too much stress and anxiety. As Father Sonil Jose puts it, the influence of teachers extends beyond the classroom, well into the future. Now that our educators need help, it is up to us to make sure their future holds. So today, we find it fitting to give you some treat and contribute something for well-being, since May is also the Mental Awareness Month. We ask you, therefore, to allow yourselves to be free from worries in the meantime and focus on our session, as our invited guests will help in practicing self-care, self-love, and self-compassion. We hope that after this session, you will gain a positive and proactive way to look after your mental health through the strategies for resilience and positive thinking, as well as tools on maintaining a healthy work-life balance. Thank you for celebrating with us, and in the coming days, we look forward to your active participation in our activities to highlight the 27th CHED anniversary. Thank you mga kapadyak sa higher education. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. It is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker in the regional opening of the 27th CHED anniversary. Our keynote speaker is Attorney Lily Freda C. Macabangon Milia, CESO 4. She is the Secretary General of the University Mobility in Asia and the Pacific Philippines National Secretariat, the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, focal point for higher education in the Philippines, and CHED's alternate representative to the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Human Resource Development Working Group, among other representations. She served as the University Legal Counsel for the University from 1999 to 2001, and later became Chief of the CHED Legal Service, the Director of the CHED Office for State Universities and Colleges, and Local Universities and Colleges Concerns, and now Director 3 of the CHED International Affairs, spanning a total of 16 years of government service in the Philippine higher education sector. As a lawyer, she served at the Philippine Senate as a Chief Technical Officer in the offices in the Philippine Senate from 1993 to 1996. Attorney Milia was also a Court Attorney 3 at the Supreme Court of the Philippines and had stints in the private sector as an internal legal counsel for Lanco Pacific Corporation and the National Federation of Labor. Let us welcome our keynote speaker, Attorney Lily Freda C. Macabangon Milia, Officer in Charge, Office of the Executive Director 4.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The dynamo of a regional director, Director Helio Galera Jr. at CHEDRO 1. I can never say no to CHEDRO 1 because it is truly the number one CHED regional office. To my co-speakers, Father Jerry Orbos, very honored to share the platform, digital platform with you, Father. And our esteemed expert, Dr. Dems Mamahan. All the CHEDRO higher education institutions, presidents, officials who are with us today, to everyone who's listening and watching over Facebook, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ang dami nyo pala sa Chedro 1. And it was going to go on and on, but of course, you're one of the biggest regions in the country. And so I'm very happy to always speak before the Chedro Region 1 HCIs. So dear fellow educators, education stakeholders, and education advocates, so I said I'm very honored by this invitation, no? And to attend this activity that will kickstart the week-long celebration of the 27th anniversary of the Commission on Higher Education and the first National Higher Education Day in Region 1. As we embark on these activities, let us be reminded why we choose the acronym PADYAK as an inspiration for this year's festivities. To me, this word symbolizes what essentially is an organic activity that each of us has been doing all our lives. From the padyak, mapadyak tayo, nandun pa lang tayo sa loob ng tiyan ng ating mga ina, no? From the kicks in our mother wombs to our first baby steps to the time that our parents literally taught us to make padyak on our cute little bikes. Up to the time we thought we were independent enough to go out and explore the world. In adulthood, we learned how to either sidestep, struggle, to fight and kick away bullies head on. While pajak literally means to stomp, it carries a more positive and deeper meaning in the context of our festivities in higher education. Through sheer tenacity of spirit and the drive for excellence, or at the very least for survival, we pedaled our way from primary to high school to college. For the more tenacious ones, they strive all the way to postgraduate studies to earn their master's and doctorate degrees, not minding the bumps and hindrances along the way. For these people, they learn how to make detours whenever they come to dead ends. Let me share. I forgot to share my screen. Okay. Actually, the PADYAK means it's an acronym for Pamantasan Pandayan Tungo sa Kaunlaran. It also gives importance on the university, on higher education, and how it shapes the future, not just our personal future, but the future of this country. And as I said, PADYAK means moving forward. And it's about time that we claim victory for everyone, for every one of us in higher education, for the strides that we have made and for the successes that we have achieved. For Region 1, for the HEIs in Region 1, we can claim victory for being our partners in bringing about superior and quality higher education, not only in the region, but also to the world. Through innovative programs and internationalization efforts, Shed can modestly say that in the past 5 years, the globalization in both standards and exposure of these learning institutions have been felt and pronounced. We have opened the eyes and minds of the world that this developing country, our country, can compete with the best in the world in the higher education sector. And so we acknowledge and claim these victories. But we cannot rest on our laurels, especially during these trying times. Your shed has shown that more than ever, we continue to pedal our way to adapt to the new normal, exploring ways and means on how to deliver education while the country's on a lockdown. While they said that when we had the pandemic and mobility was curtailed, we all thought that internationalization will stop. But actually, it did flourish in the last 2 years. And the amazing way on how we were able to connect digitally and through our programs and through our vision really increased the number of partnerships and the possibilities of connecting our programs with the rest of the world. And through innovation, as I said, not just our HEIs, our teachers, the educators, education providers, we rallied and came up with curriculum that would suit the infrastructure and the current situation. Modular, synchronous, asynchronous, the like, from flexible learning to a go-to platform for some. There was also the learning management systems that were adopted, and some were improved depending on the level of development of each guy. Though we cannot predict where the pandemic will finally cease, or if it will ever end, or if another pandemic will come in the uncertain future, we at SHED promise that we will always be there to assist HEIs in moving forward by building on platforms, by building on opportunities for us, for everyone, by building on the gains derived from long years of persistence, innovation, and adaptation. And we believe that it's only through this process that our theme, Pamantasan, Pandayan, Tungo sa Kaunlaran, will remain true in the years to come. I know that our session today also speaks of our own personal struggles as we face the pandemic. So allow me to share what I have gone through for the past 2 years. It was quite difficult for me while I'm a Generation X and I've been exposed to computers. The transition was really very difficult. And how do you put the platform, when you first were doing all your work on the physical face-to-face, nandiyan lagi yung mga staff to assist you. Then suddenly, you are in the office and you only find about 1 or 2 staff with you. It was very difficult for me. But the 2 years have also taught me a lot of things. And I think I'd like to share with you what I've learned from the past 2 years. And it still goes through the acronym PADYAK. Patience. Patience. Pasensya lang. Pasensya. Hindi lahat ay nangyayari ayon sa kagustuhan at sa oras na pinili natin. And that is one realization that I had. Agility. Yung agap. Yung how are you able to adapt sa harap na maraming pagbabago, walang katiyakan sa buhay, kailangan maging maagap, kinakailangan maging maliksi. Lagi may pagbabago and you can never predict what will happen tomorrow and even the few minutes. Okay. But you must remain to be determined. Sabi ko nga, diin lang ng diin sa mapaghamong buhay. Kinakailangan natin magpatuloy sa pakikibaka. Be yourself. For the past year, I've learned to look inward and learn also what are those traits, what are those things that I have inside me that makes me uniquely me. And this way, I will always go back to my core. I will always go back to who I am when I am faced with adversity and uncertainty. And lastly, I have to be accountable. While I have to be me and I have to look into my core, I will also have to be accountable. Accountable to my work, accountable to my institution, accountable to my family and loved ones, and accountable to all the people who rely on me. So PADYAK lang din po. PADYAK ay patuloy nagiging kaagapay natin sa anumang kaharap po natin sa buhay. Ito mga nakaraang taon din po, this past 2 years also, allowed me to discover so many things about myself. I was able to do some poetry writing. So, ang pangarap ko noon, magkaroon sana ako ng 100 ECQ poetry. I am only halfway through it, and hopefully mauna namang tapos ko ang tula bago po matapos ang ECQ. But this one, this is my office, and in one afternoon, I saw the verse of the beautiful sunset in my through my windows. And despite of all the difficulty that we face, the uncertainty, the fear of death, the fear of uncertainty, the fear of nothingness. I always look back and be thankful for a week that was filled with insights. Thankful for the big boss. Thankful for them who support and trust the International Affairs Office, who trust me with a lot of their initiatives. And I'm blessed to have colleagues in CHED who work with both passion and vision despite the hard times. Overall, we're inspired by the master creator who weaves the dusk into bursts of color. So I do not see the setting of the sun, but to reflect on the dawn of the morning to come. Marami pa po yan. Nasa Instagram po lahat ang aking mga tula. Okay? I also promised to do 60 new recipes. Yeah, I was able to do that, cook for my family. One of the joys of being in a lockdown with your family and have the opportunity to cook for them, which I've not done really for the longest time. So I think I had a compilation and I was able to cook. And I wasn't able to count. Siguro marami naman. Kasi kung cook, like yung sinigang, I had a certain twist. There was always a certain twist on the usual affair that we have, or the meal that we have. Children always enjoys my omelets and the breakfast that I serve. Okay. I did script writing. I'm doing a workshop on script writing, and that I am building also on my poetry. I am doing a lot of online learning on edX. And the one interesting online learning that I'm doing right now is on developing critical thinking in our students using it. And it's really very, very interesting. Mahirap lang, hindi makasabay dun sa mga synchronous lessons. I'm also doing a lesson with the ILO on a recognition of prior learning and many other things. Okay? So how did I survive? And I think I also thrive and will continue to conquer the trying times that we are here right now. Pumadyak din po ako. I was pragmatic. I was practical. Ito katotohanan. Atin mo ang katotohanan at mag-adapt tayo sa katotohanan. Kasi ang kasama po dun being adaptive, being agile. May mga bagay na hindi natin kayang kontrolin, but we can control how we face the situation. I deluded toxicity in my life. I had no time anymore for the things that that do not really matter to me. Small talks, fear, anger, resentment. We just had to focus on the things that that will give us positivity every day. And I try always, those who know me, I always try to be very youthful, to face an everyday challenge every day with the exuberance of youth. Kailangan excited tayo lagi. And that our perspective is the perspective of someone who still has the future before him or her. And then I absorb life. I enjoyed every little bit. I suddenly learned how to enjoy the opportunity of enjoying a decadent cake, the wonderful taste of the various coffee from different regions in the country. Enjoy watching Netflix enjoy even watching the TikTok, the small things, you know, that can add some vigor and excitement and diversity here. And more importantly, kindness. Kindness is very important. Um, madaling, madaling maging mag-shut out sa mundo, isipin na ang sarili mo. But this pandemic also taught us, both in my work and in my personal life, that it is through kindness, it is through sharing, it is through empathy, and through concern for others that we can be able to traverse and overcome everything. Ang mga paalala nito ng patuloy nating pagtadya ay hindi lamang po sa pagkunupo ng pandemya. Palagi ko ito po ay patuloy na magtutulak natin anuman magiging sitwasyon natin kinabukasan. So, continue to have that smile. Life is tough. Alam po natin, marami po tayong gagampan ng mga iba't ibang challenges, hinaharap na ibang challenges. Pero padyak lang po ng padyak, move forward. Later on, we will all claim the victory. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Attorney Emilia. We learned a lot from your sharing. Actually, we did not think that there can be a lot of meanings of the word PADYAK. And of course, to our surprise, ikaw pala ay magaling na cook at magaling din na artist and poet. Wow, what a discovery talaga, Attorney Emilia. So thank you very much for sharing those wonderful meanings of the word PADYAK. At maasahan niyo po, nakasama niyo po kami sa pagpadyak tungo sa mas liwanag kinabukasan para sa mga kabataan. And to award act of appreciation, we call on Dr. Helio T. Galera Jr. for.
Salamat sa aming mahal na si Ma'am Attorney Lily Freda M. sa kanyang pagpapaunlak sa akin dito sa CHED Regional Office 1. Sa ngalan po ng iyong pamilya sa CHED Regional Office 1, kami po ay nagpapalamat. Kaya niyo po ihandog sa inyo itong plaque for recognition galing ho sa inyong kapamilya dito sa CHED Regional Office 1 for generously sharing your time and expertise. Our keynote speaker during PADYAK Sama-Sama virtual social gathering of HCA in celebration of the 27th founding anniversary of Commission on Higher Education. The insights and experiences you have shared have really inspired our administrator and faculty members to continue providing quality higher education amidst the obstacles during these trying times. Your challenge to engage our higher education institutions to deliver selfless and dedicated service in guiding the youth to discover and share their potential to help their communities and families has indeed profoundly contributed to the realization of the goals of this activity. Given the day of May 2021, the Commission on Education Regional Office on City of San Fernando, La Union. Maraming salamat po our OT Executive Director Attorney Lily M. Milia. Thank you, ma'am.
Maraming salamat din, JR. Always for a wonderful job. Thank you.
Salamat po, ma'am.
Salamat sa lahat ng tulong din sa ating opening ceremony.
We know that you are very excited to meet our first speaker. Without further ado, here is Engineer Angelica Dolores, OIC Supervising Education Program Specialist, to introduce our first speaker.
Good afternoon to our dear presidents, students, faculty, and all our stakeholders. Our first resource speaker for today is a son of Region 1, having been born in San Carlos City, Pangasinan in 1953. He is a member of the Society of the Divine Word and was ordained as a priest in 1980. He is active in the media apostolates and leads pilgrimages to Marian shrines, being an devotee of Mama Mary. As chairman of the board of SVD Mission Philippines Incorporated, he promotes mission awareness and raises funds for Filipino SVD missionaries working in different countries. He has a regular Sunday column, Moments in the Philippine Daily Inquirer. He is an author, having written 16 inspirational books. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, we are very lucky today because he has responded to our invitation in spite of his very busy schedule. We are very much honored to have him as our first resource speaker. And so without much ado, our dear presidents, students, faculty, and stakeholders, presenting to you Father Algerico. Yes, his first name is Algerico. Parang Jericho Rosales lang. Father Jerry Munoz Orbos.
Amen. Okay.
Take it away, Father.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. To begin with a prayer, to ask the Holy Spirit to be with us. Come, Spirit, be with this unworthy priest, that I may share from the heart, not just from the lips, and that our people who listen may listen with heart, not just with their ears. Come, Holy Spirit. Come, Holy Spirit. And may God's peace and love be with you wherever you are this moment. I'm very happy, brothers and sisters, to be a part of this gathering of the CHED. My heart is happy because I always like going to the north. I miss, well, taga-norte tayo. Ilocano kan Pangasinan na po, na yung bagamalan. Masantos ang ngaran at sikir namin. And also for me, well, education was very much a part of my life. This is some kind of a payback time to honor. My mama was a public school teacher. Our grandfather was a same student of the Thomas Ives way back. Most of my aunties and uncles from the Orbo side and the Muñoz side were educators, teachers. So this is my way of saying to all of you, thank you very much. And I honor you. I really honor you, what you do. And agyaman na kata kayo. How do you say thank you in Ilocano again? Madam?
Correct ka, Father. Agyaman na.
Oh, pero alam, ang balita pang Ilocano ng thank you is thank you.
The Ilocano, Father, with the Ilocano tongue.
So it's with this light spirit that I have to share with you. Well, academia is wow. But maybe this pandemic should have taught us, as our president has already shared her realization. Interesting. These things that are happening now, I believe God is speaking very, very loudly to each one of us and how we should do things. By the way, nagpapakumusta ka kayo amin tita. Amuyo ni Vicente Chan. Amuyo da. Ma'am Angelica.
Yes, Father.
Amuyo da Vicente Chan.
Parang your father, ah.
Oo, ni ko ha, ni Vicente
Busy.
Chan ako.
Vicente Chan.
Vicente Chan.
Mabisin.
You know what? What's important to realize now is not only the Vicente Chan, but the Vicente Puso. And maybe this is what has happened. I look back, what has God done to us? Pre-pandemic, we were all focused on the work of our hands. You know, the money in our hands, the power in our hands, the connections in our hands. Wow, it's all about that. Unlimited travel, unlimited shopping, unlimited. You didn't care about the environment. And daming, unli. The pandemic came. We were locked down and everything. I think the Lord was telling us, look into the love in your hearts. This was something we have neglected. We were so focused on our hands. But you know, pandemic, you spend time with your family. Many of you started to pray. Many of us be more humble, more mindful of people around us. That is what precisely that happened. The shift from the work of our hands to love in our hearts. Oh, what have we realized? Yung mga shopping nun, wow, isang duster lang pala, pwede naman buong linggo na yan. You know, you have so many cars, do you get to use them? See, the Lord is telling us again, we're talking about acceptance, adaptation. This is it, a horizon shift, paradigm shift. What's happened very clearly is into this, mankind. What happened to mankind? My God, we have forgotten to be human. We have forgotten to be kind. And this pandemic has humbled all of us. These are great moments that we should, you know, the horizon shift, resetting the mindset. Let me share with you an experience I had going home to Pangasinan. I was a young priest. I was with my nephews, my nieces, they were all little, and I was the Tito father to bring them to Pangasinan for our vacation. And somewhere in the highway, slowly following a tricycle. You know, tayong Ilocano kasi yan, tricycle, na po. It was traffic, bumper to bumper. Okay. And then we were following this, you've seen this in the highways, tricycle with a pig, right? There's a pig on the sidecar. So I was looking at that pig, I was saying to myself, well, that's dead meat. Kakatayin na yan, or, you know. And my niece, I think she was only about 5, 6 years old. When she saw that, she was in front. And she was so happy. She said, ay, bait naman yung mama, oh. Pinapasyal yung baboy niya. Oh my God. I looked at her and I said, my mindset, that was a dead meat. My niece saw a live tourist. You see, the paradigm, the mindset. This is my prayer for all of you. If you look to God, let Him reset your mindset, please. This is what this is all about. Otherwise, if we don't really listen, we haven't learned anything. God wants us to learn lessons. So our president started already sharing. One more thing. The way I was seminarian, I was doing my MA, precisely broadening of horizons, Bernard Lonergan, philosophy. And I did that. In one of those nights na talagang you finish, ako kami nun, handwriting tsaka typewritten na 6 na carbon paper para magkakaroon ng thesis. Alright, and there was the gamu-gamu. The gamu-gamu, you know, you have them. It should be coming soon. Sana rainy season na. So in Metro Manila, we are now in extreme, ang kuha namin yan, extreme EBBQ. Hindi kami GCQ. EBBQ. Extreme barbecue. Sa init ng panahon. Anyway, I was late at night. I saw this gamu-gamu. You know, it would go to the end of the table and it would go back again. It goes to the end of the table, hesitate, go back again. On the third time, he went to the end of the table, he stopped, and he did something beautiful. It spread its wings and it started to fly. Maybe this is what I'm challenging you. How can you really learn to fly? That you begin to do things, do yourself in a different way. Maybe this is what we should all start thinking now. Question. Ma'am Angelica, and all of you, simple question now. Kung nagtimpla kayo ng kape, do you use your left hand or your right hand? Angelica?
Kasi parang nandun sa sermon mo.
Very true.
As the other.
Yeah. Anyway, most of you will say, well, left hand or right.
Right hand, Father. Right-handed ako, Father. Eh.
Okay, me, when I magtimpla ko ng kape, I use a tablespoon.
Perfect, Father.
So you see it here. We're so focused on things. There are other ways of looking at things. We are all invited to grow, to become better persons. In other words, to see opportunities, to be accepting, and yet, adapt. Please don't remain stagnant. Again, the glass, how do you look at this? The glass is half full or half empty, right? Half full, you're an optimist. Say half empty, I'm a pessimist. This is the usually way we look at it, but another way of looking at it. The glass is refillable. This can be refilled. Mindset, horizon. Maybe God is asking you, oh, the way you look at things, the way you look at yourself, maybe you just have to expand. Malala ko yung kwento ng isang from the province, kami, taga-Bani, Pangasinan. Go to Manila noon, naku, what? Fiesta once a year. Makaamoy kami ng apple. Naku, may apple. Yung apple na yan, iuwi ko pa sa Bani, Pangasinan. I keep it because I let my classmates smell the apple. Simple joys. Wow. There is a story about this provinciano who went to Manila. Wow, he was so amazed. Sabi niya, ganito palang Manila. Daming tao. Ang daming mga tulay. Bakit ganun? Ang daming mga tulay dito, wala namang mga ilog. Mga flyover pala. Sa amin, ang daming mga ilog, walang tulay. Tapos, ang dami siyang mga nakikita. Finally, he went to Araneta Coliseum to watch a basketball game. Wow, people around. Halftime, guess what? When the court parted, across him was his kababayan ni Pedro, kabaryo tapay. Oh, Pedro! You know, he stood up, Pedro! Pedro! He was shouting and shouting at his kababayan. The guy beside him gave him the binoculars. Larga vista. Pagtingin niya ganun, sabi niya, Pedro, ay, Pedro, nandito ka pala, Pedro. Nagasidagan ni Pedro, agar-ara sa asin. He saw the big picture. And that's my wish for all of you. I hope you see the big picture. Ano ang sinisigaw mo sa mundo? What are you shouting to the world? Hoy, mayaman ako. Matalino ako. Sikat ako. Is that what you're shouting to your colleagues and everyone? If you only see the big picture, you won't shout anymore. Because you realize all the talent, all that wealth comes from Him. Ano ang pinagsisigaw mo sa mundo? Mabait ako, mas mabait ako sa inyo. Kayo lahat, you're no good. Oh my God, if you see the big picture, you realize we are all sinners. Makes you humble. So the biggest picture I can share with you is that your work in CHED is all from the Lord. And what does it profit you? You can do all these things, but what for? One for the money, two for the show. I hope you see your work as a vocation, a real mission. That when you come before God at the end of your life, you can say, Lord, mission accomplished. And the Lord will look at you. Uy, teacher, educator ka pala. Sige na, pasok na, dire-diretso na. Mayroong pa yun, fast lane. Fast lane for teacher. Jesus called himself a teacher. You can never realize how much effect you have. Please treasure your work, not just an occupation. Make it a real calling, a real vocation. The big picture, yeah. So please consider that always. Well, dear friends, life is short. This pandemic reminds all of us that any one of us can go anytime. Any one of us. The reality of death. And sad to say, you can't even have the proper goodbyes. It goes fast. So keep this in mind. Number one, do not postpone your conversion to God. If today you hear His voice, harden not your heart. As long as there are sins, there is a lot of selfishness and pride in us, we cannot really function very well to help and to do our mission, to carry out our mission, because we're so selfish. So this is one of the things we ask. Oh God, give me that heart that's really open. Give me that mind that's really all embracing. It's not all about me. So the biggest horizon shift is that life is not about me. Oh no, not about my career. Oh no, it's an offering. So make your work a real offering. Then everything falls into place. And please pray for the grace to see. Yan na nga yung Holy Spirit. To see things the way God sees them. For example, many of us are, going through difficulties. Our psychologists will tell you the biggest things now are loneliness, hopelessness, even depressions. So somebody saying, my life is going through a breakdown. Well, maybe you can change the way you look at it. Maybe it's not a breakdown. It's a breakthrough. It's how you look at it. Or maybe things are falling apart. Instead of saying things are falling apart, maybe things are falling into place finally. Oh, yung quarantine, maybe it's quarantine. You're being trained, all of us. Lockdown, you look at it differently. What's the opposite of lock? Open, yeah? What's the opposite of down? Up. So it's an opening up. how you look at it. You have to be open. And to do that, may I suggest these 4 things? These are the things I learned from my mama. And these are the things I hope you carry with you so that you can go through anything. You can be strong and you will grow. You will adapt and move on. First thing I would like to ask you is to check your prayer life. Prayer. Pray more. Pray pa more. A prayerful person is open. May I ask you to focus on Our Lady of Fatima? Maybe you have a statue there. You notice the head of Our Lady of Fatima is tilted a little bit to the left side. That's very symbolic for me. The heart is towards the left side, right? Here she is listening to the hearts of each one of us, and the other ear is listening to God. If you really want to be open, listen to people's hearts and listen to God. Otherwise, you're just listening to yourself, just listening to social media, world opinion, etc. You have to have time to pray. So please offer your work is a prayer. Your whole work is a prayer and offering to God. In Pangasinan, we have Our Lady of Manawan. So these are the things that matter really. Oh, may I just share again to honor Mama? I've shared this many times already. I've always been, my Mama taught us how to pray the rosary. Palaging tinatanong ni Mama nun before I go to school, I studied in Bani Elementary School. Ganun. I mean, Bani Elementary School. Mama always asked me, Jerry, did you bring your rosary? Yes, Mama. Your handkerchief, yes, Mama. I never forget to have a rosary and handkerchief in my left pocket. Because that's what Mama taught us. Prayer. At teka muna, ang dami dyan, Father, I'm prayerful. I'm a member of this. I pray. Pero mga iba prayerful, bakit? Ang tapang pa rin, ang sungit pa rin, ang yabang pa rin, chismosa pa. Why? Because maybe you're not really listening to God. Listen. So that's the first thing in a horizon shift. Your work is a prayer. Number 2, humility. Look at your work with humility. More than a career, this is a mission. Stay humble, please. Excuse me, mawalang galang. Tignan mo nga yung mga katabi mo, mga friend na katabi mo. Yan, no? Yung katabi mo ba, may kilay pa ba yan? Excuse me po, biro lang po. Ikaw naman, di ka na mabiro masyado. Mga kapatid, you know what? Hindi bali ng walang kilay. Huwag lang mataas ang kilay. Humility is the key. Then your horizon opens. You can look beyond functions or you see people. Use things, love people, not love things. Use people. Humility. Humility is the key. And ang taong mayabang tinatamaan, ang taong mapakumbaba, pinapagpala. Keep that in mind. And one time pala, I was a young priest in Urdaneta. I have pala mga Urdaneta and other priest brothers. I waited for that aircon bus first time noon, aircon eh. Victory Line Urdaneta to Baguio. Ito na po. Finally dumating. Hinintay ko kasi gusto kong makasakay ng aircon. This was 1980s. Guess what? So I entered, pagpasok ko, and then there was the driver, and then I went down the aisle. Nung pupunta na ako sa aisle, all the passengers were tumitingin sila lahat. You know, their necks were stretching. Oh my God, sabi ko, kilala ko yata mga itong taong ito. Alam niyo, halos mapakaway pa ako. You know what happened? Oh my God. There was a TV behind me, yung Betamax na pinapanood nila. Nababara ko pala, Diyos ko po, yang hiya ko. There I was, thinking it was me. It was the TV behind me. If you can have that thought that beyond you, there is this God who gave everything to you, and you can be humble. Amen. Humility. Third, I think was mentioned by our president, kindness. I think the pandemic has humbled many of us too. Hopefully. And now, kindness. Please be kind. Specialize in kindness. Look, people will forget how intelligent you are, how eloquent you are, how rich you are, how popular you are. But people will never forget kindness they experience from you. Specialize in kindness. So there are people who have everything, money, power, and position, but look at their hearts, empty. Walang gumagalang sa kanila kasi ang tapang nila, ang sungit nila, nagimot na, masubag ira. I believe in kindness. This is what the word. Mankind, we have forgotten to be human. We have forgotten to be kind. Humankind. Let's go back to kindness, please. Kindness in thoughts. Naku. Kung minsan tinitignan pa lang natin yung tao, pinapatay na natin judgmental. Kindness in words. Ang tatapang, ang sungit. You shout at people. Worse, you talk about people. Please be kind in your words. And finally, kindness. Kindness to people. This should be a part of our lives. And please don't forget, it's not all about academics, it's not about just being brainy, having all the doctorates. No. It's the heart. If you are intelligent, congratulations, but be intelligent with the heart. You're rich, okay? Congratulations, but be rich with the heart. Diba? Oh, please, reminder lang, ha? Many of you have a long way. You have raised your standard of living. But please don't forget, you also should raise your standard of giving. It goes without saying. So, kindness, please. And, you know, there's a little story. Some of you are, Father, I'm professional, you know. Go ahead. Please be professional. By all means. But don't forget you're a person. Don't forget you're a person. You deal with persons. You don't data. You just don't deal with numbers, results. People are involved. Don't forget that personal touch. Then you'll be truly happy. Okay, speaking of professionals, meron pong kwento ng yung two professional killers hired to shoot 9 p.m. alas 9 gabi agoridan ang two guys were rifle dan, naka-rifle. 9:15, wala pa yung baril nila. 9:30, wala pa yung babaril. So professional killer number 1 said, wala pa yung barilin natin, ha? And professional killer number 2 said, ay, kinakan ako. baka may masama nangyari sa kanya. Baka may danaramid kanya na siguro kakasimat. Professional, but still personal, please. This is the paradigm shift. Look at work, not just what it's an expression of yours. And that's my last suggestion. Humor. Mama was a joyful person. I want to be a joyful person. What I've been doing this past one and a half years, online video, online masses. I hope you get them every Sunday, 10 o'clock, Facebook and YouTube, Paddy Jerry online. What have I been doing? Simply to remind people in this pandemic situation to trust in God, to be joyful, and to be hopeful. Stay afloat. Why? Kasi kung negative na tayo lahat, bagsak na tayo. Joyful. Could you please look at yourself? Anong atmosphere ng buhay mo? Tignan mo nga yung katabi mong frame, yung anong atmosphere ng mukha niya? Joyful ba o sorrowful? Glorious o luminous? Baka ikaw ang killjoy. Please don't kill the joy. I had cancer 2018. Mahirap po. I could have been miserable. But you know what? By God's grace, I survived. And I went through it light. One, the joy of the Lord is my strength. By the way, 11th commandment, don't take yourself too seriously. May iba kasi sa atin, wow, yumaman na, magaling na siya, sikat siya, etc. Wow, you take all that seriously. Hello? Those came from God. Pwedeng mawala yan in one flick of a finger. Iba naman, Father, daming problema. Oh, this problem. Hello, don't forget God said, I am with you. So, don't take yourself too seriously. Many of us are so serious even about our health. Sure, of course. Cancer, diabetes, ito ngayon, COVID. Yeah, worry and worry. May I remind all of us, nobody will leave this world alive. Walang aalis sa mundo na ito na buhay. So what are you worried about? The more you worry, the more you hurry to the cemetery. So that's it. The joy of the Lord is my strength. What I'm trying to say is this. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 5. Trust the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. Yes, you have to lean on the Lord and you will understand. Joyful. It's your choice. By the way, happiness does not depend on things or people outside you. Going to chemotherapy, difficult. But I said, Lord, okay lang ito. Then I was losing how many pounds? 30, 50 pounds. Lord, ako, kawawa ka naman. Sabi nila, hindi, I'm losing weight. Finally, yay. It's how you look at it. And you know, I chose to be happy. Same with you, please. And please don't forget, I hope you make people happy. For me, if I just can make somebody smile, okay na. Can just give hope to somebody. Okay na yan. Please don't forget to put that in all the work that you do. And O yung mga masyadong dyan, serious, yung malungkutin. Think about this. Think about this. Kung namatay kang malungkot, di malungkot ka namatay. O diba? And you blame, oh no. Careful. This is so important. In your work, you help build up people. And reset my mind to God. And if I wanted to ask two questions, are you living a full life? Right. Before was focus the human, not on. Kahit palagi mo na yung tumor mo, tumor ng tunan mo lang simba. Hey, don't make us count your blessings, not what is. In the chat are human COVID positive, but in the out, this is what makes chat alive. More than all the program, all the kailangan po yun. You have to the spirit or the spirit, the gift of the Holy Spirit. One of them is way. So, John, with this question, doing the life. Yaman pa ka, maging portable. I pray for this for all that we spend the rest of our lives, the better lives now. The best of my life now, Lord, you. O 2 minutes ka lalapit-lapit. Best to my life, family. Oh, very happy. One good defense. Down, families are together. Pray for more. Husbands, oh, you know, they're at home. Yeah, sabi ng isa, wala na yung pandemic, naging POW na ako, husband. Prison, what? Prison wife. Makalabas ka. Oh, naging prison of wealth. Prisoner of water. No. What are you doing with your life? Please do this. It's not enough to have a successful life. Live a meaningful life. Kasi po yung successful, sumikat ka lang, yumaman ka lang, successful. That's it. That's all. Pero yung meaningful, kahit hindi ka mayaman, whatever, you live a life filled with love, filled with giving, generosity, and filled with God. The work of your hands, the love in your heart. One question right now, is God in your heart? Think about that. Is God really here in your heart? Number one, this life is all about God. It's not about you, it's about me. No. It's about God and His plan, and we're just a part of this plan. So, pray for all of us to live meaningful lives. And I hope to see you all in heaven. Pauto naman, bilis naman. Well, let's put it this way. This pandemic reminds us again that life is not about career and, profession. Wow, many of you have come a long way, baby. It's not so much about financial journey, career journey. Should not be the main focus. Some of you have come a long way, baby. Baka naman you're still a long way from God. Ang layo na ng dating mo. Pero baka ang layo mo pa sa puso ng Diyos. You're flying high altitude now, but you still have many bad attitudes. What does it profit a man, you and me, we reach our soul? Yeah, see you in heaven. Okay? Tignan mo ngayon katawan, friend. Tingin niyo mga kaya makakakangit yan. Oh no. Oh no. Go to heaven. This ambition. Reach our now destination. Okay? Let's make a shout to each other. Angelica, Mom, shout yung shout out. Yung Daniel term.
Yeah.
What does it mean? Kasi may tutang yun, boss, shout out mo ako sa mga. Sabi ko, shout Tomas, I don't know anybody. Sabi ko, ang sabihin pa lang out is to I like to do with you guys. I mean, make a shout, Lord. It has been good. Let's make a plan on this chair. Let's make a possible thank him. So everybody, the Lord, we our departed relatives and you ready for it? You have to learn your wings, right? Everybody now, raise your hands and with me say to the Lord, thank you, Mary, our departed relatives and we love. Pray for us. Pray for us. Amen. And Lord, the work of our hands and bless them. May I ask also a shout out each other. You haven't seen it. Have you also? Hey, let's do that now. Wave one another to one another. Oh, Kira, stay well. Bless you, Mary Love. Hey, very good, very good. Salamat. I pray of you and let me end with a story. Is simple handkerchief. Tignan itong very the handkerchief test. Many very good. So academic. Your faith, heart. Do you believe that it is impossible? Okay, so your faith. You believe that handkerchief. Amen? Amen. Mahila mga taga-chat. More time. This handkerchief will stand. 1, 2, 3. The handkerchief is standing. Friends, the Lord is simple. Some people say, mayaman na as ng pinagawa ko, I don't look at them. Release that God after scramble. That God entered. So we need to hope he can stand. Sister brother, is the important out. Of course, the see you all soon. Me, for one another. Sabihin sa Ilocano, yung maganda yun. Ha?
May alan.
May alan. Ngamuti na naday dyan. Okay. Maganda yun. Okay nga. Yeah. Forget what I go through. Just follow the Lord. Don't focus on the load. Follow the Lord. Walking out. Don't focus on the load. And don't get on the focus on the load. Iba kasi rin on the load. Loaded siya. Loaded. Focus on many people. That's you become led, but longer Lord. Be led, not just loaded. So tayo po, kaya mo na kapin and forget. May I ask question all in the you're good in counting money, count calories. Okay, a simple vision. Would you please so here it is. 5 plus 5Q equal. Thank you. Yay. That's the formula. Be grateful, stop complaining, compare, be grateful. Yung tao ng thank you, dating mo sa lang, makita ka, alam mo sasabi, welcome. If you naman, well, trust. And one thing, kung ngayon natin, leading naman, meeting to the simplest, shortest here in the crucifix. With the cross, what alphabet? Cross. Let's see, right? Okay. You look at the body, what letter? The two letters. T1. Thank you. Thank you. Bless you, Mary. Steve, ha? Mama Jan, is your birthday?
My birthday, November 21.
The wish ko ang birthday with Jerica, November 21. Wala na yan.
Yeah.
God all, Ma'am. Thank you
so much for
on behalf of the Philippines. Just thank you all work you do in our country. In his eyes, sabihin na kasi sa mga teacher. It's okay. Okay. See you again. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. So thank you, three. You are inspiring at the same kami na inspire kaming buhayan loob at tibay ang paniniwala.
Yes.
We take question.
Oh yes. Please.
Is it okay? Pupunta pwede. So, we have any from our Zoom? Yan, ang sa langit yung mga there paraan and see something probably sana wave.
Thank you, Father G. You have blessed immensely this afternoon. We love your message of because that is a cheerful message. How we at Mr. At. God bless. Shout out, Father, everyone.
Wait, everybody, would you please wait, yan. Alam nyo, pagkakawait mo ganyan, ganyan, yan, bilbil. Pag tayo ganun lang, hello. Ayan. Ano pong lesson nun? Huwag na tayong pasikat, pabang, pabongga. Huwag na yan. Mas wagan po yung simple lang. Humility. Simplicity. Like Mama Mary. Tignan mo, could you please wait now? Mama Mary's way. Tignan mo, Miss Universe ka pa. Yun. Amen. Thank you, everyone. God bless. Yeah.
Your certificate of appreciation, let us call on Dr. Danilo B. Bose, USC for the Office of the Chief Education Program Specialist. Sir Dan?
Thank you, Al. Indeed, we are so honored and blessed with the presence of Father Jerry Oros. And with that, I would like the Commission on Higher Education would like to award the certificate of appreciation to Father Jerry M. Orbus, Mission Animation Office, Christ the King Seminary, generously sharing his time and expertise as learning speaker during the PADYAK sama a virtual social gathering of higher education institutions in celebration of 27th anniversary of Commission on Higher Education. The insights and experiences he shared in the topic unlocking opportunities, accepting and adapting have genuinely inspired the administrators, faculty members, and non-teaching staff of the higher education institutions. Region 1 find a unique feeling mind, body, and soul, thereby enhancing their ability to cope with the stress and improve their work productivity as they continue to provide outstanding leadership and innovation in the respective institutions. Sure that learning never stops during the pandemic. Given the 17th day of May 2021, the Commission on Higher Education General Office Number 1, City of San Fernando, La Union, Philippines. Signed, Dr. Rogelio T. Galera Jr., Director Region 1. Again, Father, maraming salamat iyo.
Ano po? Thank you.
God bless po, Father.
Thank you, Dr. Bose, for reading the content of the certificate and presenting the certificate to Father Orbos. And now we'll have an intermission number. Have an intermission number. This year also marks the 500 years of Christianity in the Philippines. To give more meaning to the celebration, the song was composed by the awarded church composer, Carlo Magno Marcelo. The song which we perform today is arranged by Mr. Chris Borella. Ladies and gentlemen, to interpret the song, Give Our Yes, let us all welcome the St. Louis Chorale, Seraphim, Cherubim Choir.
We stand before you and rise up, for it is so faithful to learn. We bear the gift of mission to the people of your to nourish you. For the stars are shepherds all of the
Thank you, St. Louis College choirs. Indeed, the songs convey the power of faith and hope in these trying times and reminds Filipinos to keep giving their yes to the mission of Jesus. As for us in the higher education, we always give our yes to our mission of providing quality education to our youth. At this juncture, let us watch the AVP for the introduction of the second speaker.
Our guest speaker today is a true blue achiever. He finished his BS in psychology in 1995 as cum laude, MS Psychology in 2001 as cum laude, MA SPED in 2006 as cum laude, and PhD in Educational Management in 2012 as magna cum laude. He finished all his degrees at the St. Louis University. He has been with the academe for almost 25 years now. He started teaching at the University of Baguio in 1995 and served as an assistant professor for 14 years, which incidentally is his longest stint with any institution. On a personal note, being back here today gives him the fondest memories of being an educator because it was in UB where he felt the warmth of a family. He became an associate professor at the UC Graduate School from 2006 to 2018. In between, he was a visiting professor and part-time teacher at St. Louis University and San Pablo Seminary. At present, he works as a freelance motivational speaker. Since 2017, he has a total of countless seminars, trainings, and workshops taught under his belt, and with this has earned himself a mark as a highly sought-after speaker. Word has it that the trademarks of his talks are very much the same as those of his being an educator: dynamic, empowering, and motivating. Believing in letting work and personal well-being have balance, our speaker is not only a licensed psychologist and licensed professional teacher, but also a licensed Zumba instructor.
My name is Tia Gutierrez, and I present to you my instructor in psychology, Dr. Dem Mina Mama.
This is me. Look out, this here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I come. I'm not scared to be seen. I'm with the apologies. This is me.
Okay, good afternoon everybody. Kumusta po kayong lahat? Thank you for having me again, CHED Region 1. I am very honored. Can you hear me loud and clear? So if you can hear me loud and clear, please chat there, loud and clear. Chat lang po, please, so that I know. Okay, you can hear me loud and clear. Thank you for that feedback, Sir Mel. So again, I'm very excited to be with you this afternoon. No, I was just psyching myself to really still do a good job, becoming stable. You know, being a pageant enthusiast. I think a lot of us would have been hoping that our candidate in Miss Universe, si Father Orbos, pinaalala pa kanina eh, okay? So we were hoping that she would be able to bring home the crown, but unfortunately, hanggang dun lang talaga ang nakayanan ng kanyang effort. But still, being a pageant-loving country is just still the pride of the Philippines. So good afternoon, everybody. So, Ma'am Lynette, thank you for that comment. So I would like to start immediately so that we can really make the most out of it. But before I do, shout out to some people. May I request people who are in the Zoom to switch on their camera so that I can just simply acknowledge your presence as well. This is a very cold format kasi. So I just like to see people that I'm talking to. So I'm monitoring you on the screen as I present. Also, I'm also monitoring the Facebook Live. So yung mga comments or certain questions, I'll be able to monitor as well. Ayan. So, hello po everybody from there. Ma'am Grizzly Macaraeg, Ma'am Angelica, of course, November 21 ang birthday. Tatandaan po natin yan, November 21. Ma'am and NCC Dr. Louie, hello po. You look like a very beautiful woman na talagang pang Miss Universe din ang dating. Ha? So hello po. Sir Roel Crisostomo, mukhang nice background po yan. Ha? Mukhang, I don't know if it's a towel or a tapestry. Hello po. Ma'am Socorro Ramos, Ma'am Meli Kiao. No? Hello. Ma'am Pres Macrina. I'm sorry, I cannot read, naputol yung kwan ninyo. Ma'am Vivian of PHCP, Divine Word Lawag, Margie, Ma'am Margie. Sir Maynard, hello po. Isang smile naman dyan po, Sir Maynard. Ayan, mas popogi po kayo pag nagsasmile. Sir Rafael, good afternoon po. Rafael, Sir BCC. What's BCC? Bago Country Club. Joke lang. Okay. VMUF. This is my classmate, Dr. Dulce. Hi. It's nice to see you again, Ma'am Dulce. It's always been nice to see you all around. Sylvia, Ma'am Sylvia. Ma'am Egdona. Is it Ma'am Egdona? Tama ba yung aking pronunciation? Next page. Sir Joseph Richard. Father Gaudencio Pugat. Hello po, Father. I just basically your father because you have that thing. I don't know how they call it. Marilu Raval. Frelin Ranay. Willie Operania. Renato, nawala. Renato, you're there? Yeah. So Renato, MB Department, CASAT, I don't know anymore. And the rest, naka-off pa rin ang kanilang camera. So I cannot see you. My request is this is a very interactive webinar po. So please open or switch on your cameras so that I can really connect very well with you. So without any further ado, allow me to screen share right now. I hope it will work because kanina nagka-problema kami. So, screen share po tayo. Screen share. Ayan na po, Ma'am Lynette, nagkaka-problema na ako. So, let's start. Let me screen share again. Hold on. You know, pag talagang ganitong mga online and virtual connections, it would really be having some problems along the way. Nag-practice na kami kanina ni Ma'am Lynette, but hindi ko na naman makuha-kuha. Okay, let me screen share. Okay, screen share. Start broadcast. 2, 1. Let's just go there. Okay. It's not sharing. It's not sharing. Okay, anyway, I'll just reverse. I will just share dito sa laptop ko. Okay. So my topic is on the... Bakit iba yung nakikita ko? Hold on. Ma'am Lynette, are you there? I like to share via my laptop na kasi ayaw mag-share dito. Open ko muna. Hold on. So as I was saying, I am going to discuss silencing the mind, no, and healing the soul. So if you try to think about it right now, what I am doing is really trying to maintain calm, no? Ako yung nagiging kalma as I try to really figure out this technological glitch. I hope it's going to work already. So let me try again. All right. So where are you? Where are you? We did practice kanina, tapos bilang nawala ulit. Okay, so as I was trying to say, we are in a stage in our life that we are going to really have difficulties with what's going on around us. And it's very important to really have that open mind, no? And that ability for us to really have that peace, no? I think Father Orbos was very correct in saying that having that peace would really make us become more stable in everything that we're doing. So before I proceed, I just like to ask of you, no, to at one point keep an open mind in my presentation. So Father Orbos took the religious part of the discussion, and of course I'll be taking a different route, no? I'll be talking about the mind, being a psychologist, plus of course being a meditator. I'll also look into fusing in spirituality. Ayan. And of course, I will try also to look into participation po. I like to participate. If there are certain problems or questions that you would like to raise, please do have that. And of course, I have an activity as well. So I hope you do participate in all my activities as I give my presentation. And ask questions and share insights. As I said, this is a very cold setup, no? It being a very cold setup, it is difficult for us, speakers of webinars, to know if we're able now to get the point. So I like you to come up with your own sharing, no, or questions as you go through. And of course, so that this exercise of CHED is not going to be sayang, I like you to please think of one experiment, no, that you would like to look into, one thing that I'm going to share with you, and try to find out how you're going to use it in your daily life. Okay, so if you're all okay already, please go to the chat buttons, and please, I like you to see, I'm gonna flash something, gusto ko pong makita makita, no? I like you to please read this in this first attempt, and please use your chat buttons as you are going to read this this phrase or these two words. All right, so here you go. This is the word. If you get to see it, please type the word that you see. So please type the word that you see, and the moment you do, I'm going to the chat button as well. Ayan, let me see if you're able. Yeah, correct. Berenice, correct? No? Juan is correct. Stephen, Sir Stephen Alcantara Bernardo says bad eyes. Okay, for those people who are still looking at it, it will just pop out to you after some time, but it will take time for you to really see it. Just focus on the white areas, and you're able to see it. Okay, so that word is bad. That phrase is bad eyes. But I think most of you have good eyes kasi nakita nyo naman in fairness. All right, so let's start already. So in my activity, guys, I want you to count how many times you're able to see the CHED logo come out in the slides, excluding this slide po, excluding this slide. So please, I want you to count the number of CHED logos that you see in my slides after the slide. So this is not counted, the photo counted. You know, it's the last slot given to me, and it's difficult to sustain the attention of the participants, no? So mahirap sustain ng attention ng participants. And I just hope, but by doing this, you'll stay with me, stay glued to my discussion until the end. Okay, so bilangin ang mga CHED logo na lalabas after this slide, and the person who's going to correctly guess this will get a prize. I'm going to give you this particular parang online selling, webinar and online selling. So this is a magnesium spray that I recommend to my patients who are depressed, also good for muscle pains, also good for insomnia, and many other uses. Whoever is going to win this, I'm going to send it. This is for free, of course. This is your prize sa tamang sasagot. Okay, so please stay glued at talaga may papremyo po tayo. This is this is coming from me, did not come from CHED. So this is like my gift to all of you celebrating the 27th anniversary of CHED. Okay, so if you're game already, please type G. Type nga G doon sa inyong mga chat buttons. Are you game? Game na sila. O syempre mga Pilipino mahilig sa papremyo. Okay, so after that, sabi ko nga kaila Ma'am Lynette at Sir Rog, Direct Rog, inuna si Father, no? Si Father Orbos, the saint comes first before the sinner. Joke lang po. Okay, so let us start now. I want to talk about the mind. And the mind is quite a very interesting aspect in ourselves. And right now, very important is we should learn the tricks of how to silence the mind. You know, if you try to look at it, even me, I'm guilty. The moment you wake up in the morning, before technology came into the picture, all of us, before we were able to start our day, we were taught, no, I was schooled in St. Louis University from the beginning until my PhD. You know, ang tinuturo doon is always pray before you sleep, and when you wake up. Yun yung lagi kong ginagawa noon. But right now, with the dawn of the gadgets and the cell phones, it became a different thing. The moment that you wake up, you get your cell phone, find out what is the news, sinong namatay, sinong nagba-birthday, sino yung mga ganyan. You tend to have that experience already. But right now, the challenge is to really silence the mind, being too preoccupied. You know, I don't like to assume, no, but I would believe that those people who are in the Zoom right now, they have switched on they're connected here in this conference, but their cameras are off. No, I would believe that maybe they just switch it on, and maybe they're multitasking now. Maybe they're doing some other things in the office, maybe, but hopefully, while you do that, you also give time to yourself, time for this webinar, because this is very important. No, what we're going to say to you might help you in the most difficult times. All right, so at this point, so let us now try to look into how we silence the mind. So as I was saying, we have so many distractions. No, ang dami nating distractions. You have problems at work. We have so many Zoom conferences, Google Meet, etc., Microsoft Teams, left and right. And I heard someone sabi parang mas mahirap pa ang ngayong mga pandemic na lockdown because parang ang daming meetings left and right, right? So that is going to be the concern of most. And Right now, I understand most of you are having difficulties juggling work and your duties and responsibilities as a mother or a father to your children. So it's really very important to learn how to silence the mind. Kaya nga sabi nila, the mind is like a monkey, no? Parang unggoy. Because it just keeps on moving and moving, parang restless na monkey, no? Before, we haven't heard about ADHD, no? I'm a SPED major, and ADHD is a condition wherein you have attention deficit, no? And don't think that you don't have attention deficit because you're old already, baka pang bata lang to. Actually, you just might have ADHD, but you were not diagnosed. Example, as you're listening to me and you try to see the slides, you say, ay oo, Simpsons, ano, ikaw napanood ko na ba yung episode na yun? Tapos I'm talking, then you're having a different train of thought. And sometimes that happens, no? You have so many thoughts, ang dami mong iniisip sa mind mo. You go to your room, tapos sabi, ba't nga ba punta sa room? Ano bang gagawin ko dito? What was I supposed to get? Mga ganyan. You tend to forget the things that you were supposed to do. Kaya nga at this point, the mind is like a restless monkey. No? It keeps on going to and fro until you don't have any more focus. The mind can also be like a master. No? It can just simply consume you. What the mind says, and if you are not critical enough, you will believe it. Sige nga, i-chat nyo nga. Question. Pag umubo, Ma'am Maynard, lalaki ba to babae? Maynard Lucas, don't chat. Please, don't chat yung logo ha. Bilangin mo lang sarili mo. You just count it by yourself. Nako, tumutulong si Maynard sa mga kanyang mga co-participants. So as I was saying, no, please chat in your in the chat button, or for those people in Facebook as well. Pag kumati yung lalamunan, ano nang iniisip ng mind mo? What goes to your mind? Pag kumati yung lalamunan, go. What does your mind tell you? See, COVID agad. See how your mind is like a master. At pag the moment na, kumati yung lalamunan mo, kasi inuubo yung coworker ko kanina sa CHED. Tapos yung pag-ubo niya kanina talaga ang lalim, parang pumuputok-putok pa, parang New Year. Then you now start to think, baka nahawa ka. Ilan bang days ang incubation? Kahapon yun, umubo siya. Ilang oras na ba? And you start creating scenarios already na COVID ka, na serious ka na, that you'll be going to the hospital. Sino nang mag-aalaga sa mga anak mo pag namatay ka? It all started with an itchy throat. Do you see yourself in that example? Na parang ganun lang nangyari, ang dami ng kwento ng mind mo. Like this animation here, it consumes you already. Parang apoy na talagang wala ka nang iniisip kundi yung nangyari. At ano pang mangyayari. At ano pang pwedeng mangyari. So see? So the mind is like that. And therefore, if you take a look at it, the heaviest burdens that we carry are the thoughts in our head. No? Now more than ever, COVID is not anymore a health crisis. We are in the third wave of this pandemic. The first wave, it was a health pandemic, early March 2020, last year. Now it became an economic crisis. Marami nawalan ng trabaho, marami nawalan ng mga work, no? And at that point, what happened? It is now going to be a difficult situation. It became an economic crisis. Then, you have the third wave. It became a mental crisis. True. Ma'am, I don't know if it's a male or female. Your names are a little bit gender neutral. Jarn Ems, that's very correct. Depression. No? Ngayon, hindi lang mga bagyo ang may depression, di ba? Tropical depression. Ngayon, pati tao. So much depression. In fact, if I were to tell you, I have never been so busy in my life because I've been asked to talk from time to time about mental health. No, in fact, for this month of May, I have a fully booked schedule. no? I just arrived from a 3-day trip for mental health talk as well. So ganyang karami ang namomroblema ngayon about this thing. So it's really a great pleasure for me to be invited to talk about this. That's why I want you listening to me right now to be the master of your mind. You have to be the master of your mind. Because if you're not very careful, pag hindi pa tayo careful, ang mangyayari is the mind can play tricks on you. Samahan mo pa yan ng pagbababad, ng pagnood, ng television, ng news. No? Talagang 24 hours kang nagbabasa at nagnonood ng news about COVID. Ginagawang parang eleksyon ang COVID. Yung statistics ng COVID, binabantayan mo yan. No? And before you know it, you're so overwhelmed about this thing. Honestly speaking, I hope I'm not going to offend any news agency. I stopped watching the news already. I do not watch the news anymore. I do watch the news if I need to and if I want to know about certain news. No? But right now, one good thing that I do to silence my mind is to stop watching the news. Because the moment that you keep on watching the news, at yung pagsabi pa nila ng mga statistics, nakaka-alarma. Mga kapuso, 98 na naman po ang namatay sa isang araw. Inuulit ko, 98 ang namatay. Mga ganyan. And there's our news na walang comorbidity, very healthy, namatay sa COVID. Ganyan. They make it very sensationalized so that you get that ability or they get that attention. No? At one point, ayan, sabi dito sa si Ajar, no? Meron siyang statistics sinasabi. But if those things I cannot help but see, what I look at is the recovery. So yan, sabi ni Sir, or sabi ni Ajar, 9,635 ngayon dito. Sabi niya, no? But at one point, what I look at is the recoveries. What I look at is into how many people are mild, how many people are able to recover. That's what I focus. Because I could not drag myself down. Hindi ko pwedeng mag-isip, no, ng masyadong mas mabibigat because it would not be good for my immune system. It would not be good for my physiology. So therefore, I have to focus where I need to focus. No? Dr. Luis said, same here, so much negativity, so much psych warfare going on, manipulation, deceit, and sowing fear. That's very true. No? In fact, after she wore that yellow gown, no, Rabia Mateo went downhill because she was bashed on Facebook, on social media for being a Dilawan, a DDS. See? So I think if you try to look at it, of course, I'm mixing pageantry because kakatapos lang ng Miss Universe. You try to look into her performance, into her face, nawala yung kanyang spark. No? And it would be quite sad to look at because tayo mismong Pilipino, we fight against each other. We fight for certain nonsense and even baseless claims. No? Kaya nga, I am neither Dilawan nor whatever color. I am a Filipino beyond any other thing. And I love being a Filipino. So that's something that we have to look into. Kaya nga, there are 3 functions of the mind. First is think. No? We judge, we perceive, we analyze, we clarify, we determine, we compare, we synthesize. That's the function of the mind. No? Kaya sabi ni Father Orbos kanina is how you perceive things. No? I like how he's able to play with words. No? Yun yung kanyang power, his unique skill as a speaker, how he's able to play with words. No? And how you're able to play with words and how you perceive certain things. I like how he said about the tumor versus the humor. No? Laughter is the best medicine. So it's a good way to look into certain things. And that's the function of the mind. But sometimes the way you perceive and judge other people can be erroneous. It could be based on your sets of values, sabi nga ni Father kanina. And also the mind is responsible also for feeling. No? Thoughts and feelings are intertwined. After 2 more weeks, we're going to the half of the year. Tapos na naman po ang kalahati ng isang taon. And how many more months? Lalabas na naman po si Jose Marichan. in September o tumatawa si ma'am, no? So at that point, I cannot see that. No? So see, when I said lalabas naman si Jose Marichan, I see smiles, I see laughter, I see good reaction. Because the thought of Jose Marichan is the idea that, nako, Christmas na naman. See? And of course, the mind also is going to be basing of all our wants, our goals, our desires, our purposes. Reiterating what Father Orbo said about meaning. That's very true. No? Right now, I'm not connected with any university. So therefore, I don't teach in St. Louis University anymore. Neither do I teach in any university in Baguio. But you know what is for me meaningful? It's not where I work, but the job that I do. I'm a freelance motivational speaker. And before I was confined by the four walls of the classroom. But right now, being able to reach from Luzon, Visayas to Mindanao is such a great power that I am so humble and grateful for. Kaya nga, find your meaning and find your purpose. And when you do find your meaning and your purpose, do it with passion. That's what I believe in. Find your purpose, find your meaning in life. And when you do find it, do it with passion. And therefore, let's play ha, kasi it's the hour of great mercy po tayo. So please, I want you to write in the chat buttons, epic or fail. Pag epic, bongga, very good yung nangyari dun sa video. Fail, pag palpak. O, sadali lang, Maria Daniel, wala pa. Okay, so epic or fail. So I want, even for those who are Facebook, medyo delayed kayo ng 1 minute, I think. Please try to look into this screenshot. Then, using your gut feel, using your judgment, I want you to type epic or fail. As I said, my webinars are interactive. All right. So guys, this is a screenshot of a video. Please type epic or fail. Ayan, Mara Daniel, go. You can now type epic or fail. Epic. Yun. O nga, super epic fail ka doon, ma'am. Ayan. All right. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I write stop. And I write stop. Okay, stop na po is stop. Let me now go to the video. Let's see if it's an epic or a fail. Ayan, nahulog yung sapatos niya sa water. He got a stick. Bitawan yung stick. His friend goes down. Kinuha yung stick at binigay. O, di ba may nga ganyan talaga mga kaibigan, no? Sarap tuktukan din sometimes. So it is a fail. Gusto sa kinuha na niya sana yung sapatos. Diba? Ay, nako, ayan. So sabi nga ni Father Orbos, find joy, find humor. So let's all have a good laugh from time to time. Okay, very good. Nako. Next. O, ito ha. Second, is it an epic or a fail? Pakitype nga po, epic or fail. Go! Ayan, sige. Epic or fail. Sige. Oh, si Kusat, I can see you. Si Kusat. Hello, si Kusat. I was just with you last time. Okay, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's stop. It's stop na po. So let's see if it's epic or fail.
Ice cream.
Wow, ice cream. Mainit ngayon. Hanggang mainit ngayon, ice cream daw.
You can do it.
O, di ba galunggong pala? Diyos ko. Oh. O, aminin nyo, gawain natin yan. Hindi natin tinatapon yung mga galon-galon ng mga ice cream, di ba? Ginagawa natin parang Tupperware. O, yan. O, di ba, gawain nyo yan. Aminin nyo. O, alright. Oh, by the way, guys, I already asked permission from Sir Rog. I'm alone here in my house. Tapos may magdi-deliver ng Lazada. If ever mag-deliver ng Lazada at ano dyan na siya, 1 minute break po tayo ha, with your permissions po. Alam niyo naman po pag Lazada may magdi-deliver. So please, later pa naman. Okay? So wala pa nang bumubusina. So that is an epic. Okay. So I like you to know that the first part of my talk is about how you're able to know that your mind is powerful. No? Bakit tayo nagdadasal? We use our mind to connect to God. But where is God? Nasaan nga ba ang Diyos? No? And that sometimes if you say that God is everywhere, no, I would believe that God is within me, that I could always get in touch with God whenever I want to. No? I'm a transgender. And even for me, I believe that God loves me, even though some people would say that the way I live my life would be questionable. But for me, I live my life with power, with grace, and with so much humility and gratefulness to God. And at one point, when I have that in my mind, that I would believe that I would be able to use the life that He has given me, I would know how to save how I use my mind. No? Saving your mind's power is important. I won't, like money for that matter. You don't spend your money the moment you get to see something na gusto mong bilhin. So similarly with your mind, when you see things, when you smell things, when you taste things, when you feel things, you don't immediately have an opinion about it. You don't have to be opinionated about everything. Sometimes it is what it is, no? And to save your mind is very important. Like this thing on your left, it's lush. It's very, very, very healthy looking tree. You learn how to conserve your mind. Yes, from time to time, you spend the powers of your mind. But quite importantly, when you talk about conserving your mind, it means choosing which deserves your attention and which does not. Sometimes, some people would say nasty things and you will really feel bad about it. Sama ng loob mo. Kung sino pa yung ka-close mo sa opisina, siya pa yung nagsasabi ng gano'n sa akin. No? But at one point, to conserve your mind means, I want you to really focus on what that experience is telling you. So for example, that happened to me. A lot of times it has happened to me. Many people would have talked against me. But at one point, I conserve my mind. I feel bad about it. I think about it, but I let it go. Because if I let it go inside me and affect me, it will drain my energy. No? And sometimes if I choose to look in the more beautiful, positive things, then I am uplifted. And remember that your mind, you have to protect. You have to protect your mind. Be with people who celebrate you. Be with people you can learn from. I don't know how many we are at this point, but Dr. Raj was saying a while ago, he was hoping to reach 500 participants. But it's okay. Everything is perfect. The right types of people are in this webinar, and because you have to listen to what we have to share, we have to say and what we have to share. So whether it be 100 plus or 500, we have 78 in Facebook. What is important is you listening to us would be able to learn from this and benefit from it. And therefore, let's talk about having this as a next activity, a next epic or fail. No? Is this an epic or is this a fail? Can you look at the video and type epic or fail? Epic, epic fail. So this is interactive po ha. So I hope even those who are in Facebook, mukhang wala namang nag-react sa Facebook, ay meron pala doon. Or si Aurora. Okay, so stop. Here is now the video.
Ako po si Lani Mercado Revilla na nagsasabi po sa ating lahat, sama-sama, tulong-tulong, laban po sa COVID-14.
COVID-14. Okay, ulitin natin ha.
Ako po si Lani Mercado Revilla na nagsasabi po sa ating lahat, sama-sama, tulong-tulong, laban po sa COVID-14.
Ay, iba pala ang virus doon sa Cavite. Kaya pala sila nahihirapan i-conyung doon kasi iba pala COVID-14 pala doon. Or nanakaw yung 5 virus kaya naging COVID. Ay, joke lang po. Okay, so COVID-14. Okay, so that's how it is. So at this point, guys, it's a fail. No? COVID-19 po, Miss Lani Mercado. Now, what constitutes a weak mind? Bakit ka tayo from time to time humihina ang ating mind? What could be the reason? And the reason is we have these things in our mind. Madalas tayong matakot, madalas tayong mag-alala, at madalas tayong magduda. No? If your mind is filled with this, then your mind becomes weak. It becomes weak to the point that it becomes powerless, and you cannot focus, and you cannot do what you need to do. Pansinin nyo, pag marami kang iniintindi, marami kang pinag-aalalahanan, no? Kinakatakutan o pinagdududahan, it becomes weak. You yourself become weak. That's the reason why I like you to do a screenshot of this slide if you can, because this is a powerful slide to prevent you from worrying. No? Sabi nila, worrying is like a rocking chair. It's like a rocking chair. You're doing something, but you don't go anywhere. Diba? Pagod ka na, kaka-rocking chair, pero after 1 hour, you're still there. That's how the mind is. If you keep on worrying and worrying, you keep on replaying, creating scenarios. So my dear friends, look at this. Do you have a problem in life? If your answer is no, then why worry? Ibang tao parang iba din makapag-trip, no? Walang ang problema, pero walang ang kwan, pero gusto gumawa ng problema. Hindi sila sanay na walang problema. Do you have a problem in life? Yes. Can you do something about it? Yes. Then why worry? May magagawa ka naman eh, di ba? Do you have a problem in life? Yes. Can you do something about it? No. Then why worry? You just have to follow those arrows. So in this slide, it just tells you, don't worry, be happy. Like the song, no? Kasi ubos na yung energy mo. You have to silence your mind by trying to prevent you from excessive worry. You have to worry less, no? Now take note. If I'm going to tell you what makes me the perfect speaker for this topic. Number one, of course, I would say that my dissertation is about spirituality and the powers of the mind. That was my dissertation. How we're able to go within and being able to tap the powers of the mind. And number two, I've been meditating. I've been able to tap the powers of meditation. In fact, to be very honest with you, last year, I have the great fortune to have gone to a spiritual retreat in India, no? And I was able to see how people meditate there. So I would say that with my experience and how I use these concepts, it's very important for me to share with you what I do, no? Ako pag nag-aalala, do I still worry? Of course, I do worry. But the moment I run away with my thoughts, nag-alala ako, ganyan, ala, baka ganito, etc., etc. The moment I run away with my thoughts, I catch myself, stop, and I say, what can I do? What can I do so that I will not start to worry? No? It's very important. I'm also a Zumba instructor. And sometimes when my mind gets heavy with worry, with fear, etc., I switch on the most beautiful, most energizing song, and I do Zumba. I can do Zumba in the morning or even in the evening. Pwede mag-Zumba sa gabi. Ang tawag po doon, Zumbang gabi. Ayan. So, yun po ang tawag doon. So, yun. You just have to make that effort. Right now, itong nangyayari sa buong mundo, it's a matter of how you make the effort to become stable. I like how CHED Region 1 does their presentations right now. Well prepared, videos are wonderful. Even the way they have the voiceovers, para kang nasa eroplano, no? Meron pa akong narinig kanina parang relax and be calm. Parang ganun, parang nasa eroplano tayo kanina. And that's very perfect, no? Learn to be calm. Learn to be stable. Nobody can do that except you. You have to do that for yourself. Fear. Fear is quite an overwhelming feeling. It is found out in psychology that when you have fear, your body changes. Your acidity level goes up. nagbabago ang physiology mo. That's the reason why most people fear nagkakaroon ng ulcer, nagkakaroon ng stomach upset. See, the physiology changes. That's the reason why in this book that I have read, Anita Moorjani's Dying to Be Me, a very, very powerful book, no? She narrated, this is an autobiography, her life with cancer and why she got cancer. In the book, she narrated one of her friends got cancer and died, and another person got cancer and died. So that fear, so many fears she's having, building stories in her mind. Her mind was so noisy with created, formulated, fabricated stories. Bumagsak ang immune system, and she had cancer. And she said, you have to enjoy life. Guys, like what Father Orbo said initially, you have to take life not so seriously. Don't take life so seriously. I agree. Learn to enjoy life. No, because to live your life in fear is the start of your own death. No? I don't know, my intention in posting it in Facebook was not to make inget to other people. But I posted one time on Facebook that I love my job right now because I don't have to check papers, I don't have to compute grades, I don't have to attend endless meetings where teachers have egos na ang tataas, na palaktaasan ng ihi. I love my job because after I give a talk, I get good feedback. I don't get feedback, it's okay, but I really do love my job and I enjoy doing it so much, meeting so many people, traveling, and so on. So when I have that, I think I am living the best life ever. Again, I am not making inggit to those people who may have jobs that are so difficult, like you people in CHED, those people in the universities up north. I salute you because I know having been a teacher in the academy for 25 years, ang hirap ng ginagawin ninyo. Kaya let me inspire you for even like an hour or so during this talk. So again, how to counteract fear? Learn to enjoy life. Find out what makes you that sparkling joy in your work, no? Maybe you've been there for how many years, therefore the spark is gone. Tapos na yung honeymoon, diba? And the load, the real world already is there. Ang daming trabaho. But try to find out, take a pause and find out what do you enjoy the most in your job, no? And take a pause and think about it. How about for doubt? Pag nagdududa ka, ay nako, yung mga vaccines yan, nakakatakot yan. Ay nako, itong mga gobyerno natin to, nako. And you have so many doubts. If that is what your mind is full of, then you get a weak mind as well when you doubt, no? Look at this picture. A guy who has been living for 100 years plus. He had the Spanish flu, survived. He went into war, he survived. He had COVID-19 and look at him, he's still smiling. See, such powerful, undaunted spirit. Talagang nothing can stop him. Hindi ko lang alam kung apelyido nito, Enrile. Hindi ako magugulat pag ang middle name nitong matandang to, Enrile. No? Kaya nga kung pipiliin kayo, immune system ni Enrile o kayamanan ni Villar, ano ang pipilihin ninyo? So that is how it is, no? And have faith. You know what we forgot here in this COVID? We have our immune system. Our immune system can fight any disease for as long as we take care of our bodies, for as long as we exercise, for as long as we have good sleep, for as long as we live happily, for as long as we're able to have that good vibration in ourselves. But when we focus on fear, manood ka ng TV, ang daming namatay, ang daming mga problema, and the moment it pulls you down, di ba parang ang hirap manood ng news na after watching the news, you cannot help but feel very sad about it. No? Kaya nga, look, have faith. Sige nga, is this epic or fail? Sige nga, we're talking about faith. Is this epic or fail? This is a van with dalawang poles to cross the river. Is it epic or fail? All right, so epic, fail. Here you go. Let's see. Here you go. Oh, si Epic at hindi po Pilipino ang driver. Kasi pag Pilipino po yung driver, nasa 24 oras ng isang gunggong na driver. Oh, joke lang po yung word na gunggong, okay? So, that's how it is, guys. Ha? See, naitawid niya. Who would have thought, diba? Who would have thought na pwede palang yun. Pero wag gagayahin sa darating na tag-ulan. Wag pong gagayahin. Only done by professional drivers. Okay, so that's an epic. And guys, I want you to silence your mind. Tonight, when you experiment on this, I want you to always remember the antidotes. What can you do to silence your mind? For every worry that you have, sa bawat pag-aalala, try to believe that you have faith. Keep the faith, ika nga. No? Forward all issues to heaven. Sabi nga, ang acronym na faith, o di feeling Father Orbos naman ako. Pag nandito pa si Father Orbos, I beg your indulgence, Father. But faith is an acronym, no? Forward all issues to heaven. It's when you pray that we are able to feel God's presence. So pag nag-aalala, instead of continue trying to recreate all stories of scary things, try to keep the faith. God is always with us. You know, over the weekend, plinay yung graduation song namin. It was the Bette Midler song, God is Watching Us from a Distance. From a Distance. No, that was our graduation song in the 90s. Yung feeling namin noon, parang di kami mag-graduate. Kasi kami yung earthquake batch, yung July 16 earthquake, kami yung 4th year noon. Talagang, parang di kami mag-graduate kasi talagang earthquake nung July. Tapos, towards January was Saddam Hussein, yung Gulf War naman. Kaya parang, ang daming nangyari nung taon na yon, but that song by Bette Midler, From a Distance, it reminded us that God will be here through the middle, beginning, and the end of it all. That's what we have to remember. At bawat fear, I want you to start to learn to love, no? To stir to love, no? And when you love, it means love yourself. Love everything that you are. Love your day. Love your life, no? Kanina when I found out that top 10 wala si Rebia, I just felt para nasad talaga ako kasi I love her story, her backstory. She's raised by a single mother. She was a breadwinner of the family. I like her story, no? And I just said, okay, I cannot let it affect me. Sabi ko kay Dr. Rog kanina, Dr. Rog, mainit ang ulo ko ha, may webinar tayo mamaya. Pag masungit ako, alam mo na. But I would not want to let you be affected by what I'm going through, no? Siyempre, mga bading, mga transgender, mahilig sa mga pageant. But I still continue to love my day because the Philippines is now in the history that we're the longest country to have been placed as a semi-finalist in Miss Universe. So, count your blessings. So, I still love my day. It's a beautiful day. It's humbling to be having Father Orbos be the speaker before me, and even Attorney Lily kanina. So, still, I want you to continue loving your life. No? Love your life. It's the only thing you've got to begin with. So, love your life. Celebrate your life. And for every doubt, learn to trust. No? Sabi natin, kailan matatapos tong COVID? Tapos matatapos na naman ang summer, di pa tayo nakapag-beach ulit, di ba? Parang 2 years na tayo hindi nakapagpunta sa beach. No? For you there in Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, you're very lucky. La Union, Pangasinan, you're very lucky. But dito sa Baguio, we're really dying to go to the beach. But I trust, I really put it in my heart, I trust that COVID is ending soon. And I want you to train your mind to focus on that. Because the moment you focus on the news, alang dami na infect, ang dami naman nangyari, The moment you have that, you send that vibration to the universe, more infections, more infections. The moment you watch the news again tomorrow, more infections again. But if you're able to say, okay, yes, there are more infections, but they are getting to be lower than before. And before you know it, when everybody has been infected, no, or most people are infected, most people are vaccinated, wala nang pupuntahan si virus. And that's the time that we get back our lives. But as I said, I like to add on what Father Orbo said, when we go back to normal, let's take the lessons of COVID. Let us not go back to normal and normal programming ulit. Let us try to become better people, loving people, productive people. Because that's the COVID lessons. What you think, you become. So if I think positive thoughts, I think that COVID is ending, I focus on that, then I am going to have that manifested. If I go out and I have fear and I think, Allah, I'll be infected, I'll be sick, then I'll be infected and I'll be sick. But if I go out and I said, okay, God, protect me under your canopy of protection. Cover me under your canopy of protection. And I imagine that covering myself. That's even if I'm a transgender, I also am a child of God and I also deserve His protection. So that is my thought. That's my visualization. No? And you can practice that. But the moment you shroud yourself, you use the jacket of fear, nako, kahit na mag-vitamin C ka, talaga magkakasakit ka. Alright? So of course, practice the minimum health protocols, but it's the mind that you have to use as well. What you feel, you attract. Honestly speaking, towards the end of the semi-finals of Miss Universe, I felt she might not really take home the crown. Rabia might not take home the crown. I felt that the pressure of the pageant got into her. Na-feel ko, mukha niya, walk niya. She even posted online that she was crying. I felt the pressure came in. So when the pressure came in, that's when you find that you sink. We're like boats. When the water around the boat, it takes us to our destination. But when the water around the boat goes inside the boat, that's when we sink. That's what you have to remember. Remember that what happens around the world are just passing scenes. The moment it goes inside and it drags you down, then that's the time that you lose all your power here and here. Okay? What you can imagine, you create. I just share you this thing. You can do it as well. You can experiment. Whenever I take my vitamins, I think I take my vitamins because I want to be healthy. Don't take your vitamins na ganito. Ala, magba-vitamins ako kasi ayoko magkasakit, ayoko magkaroon ng COVID. You're starting with fear. Therefore, vitamins, useless. When I take my vitamins, I say I want to take my vitamins because I want to be healthy. I want to be healthy. And the moment I am healthy, I take my vitamins, then I magnify the power of my vitamins. Because I started with a positive thought. I imagine that the vitamin C makes my cells like an army. That when viruses come in, kanilang patayin, kanilang puksahin. That is what you should imagine. In fact, after I take my vitamins, ewan ko ha, ini-imagine parang kung si Darna, lang pagiging chung, tapos superpower, parang ganon. So, laugh if you may, but it works for me. No? Parang feeling ko ang super powerful ko, my body is well protected. No? Can the gentlemen do it as well? Superman naman po sa inyo. Huwag namang Darna. Okay? Huwag niyo kong agawan. Superman ka na lang or Batman. Okay? Now, let's go to the second part of my talk because I plan to have an open forum. I want to have questions, please. So please ask questions. Let us start healing the soul. No? I was looking at the facial expressions of people when Father Orbo said, see you in heaven. Some of you were, hala, parang nagulat sila, parang natakot sila. Eh, saan pa ba tayo pupunta, di ba? At we are not here forever. On this earth, we are just travelers. We are just here in transit, no? Our final destination is in heaven. So when he said, see you in heaven, I was trying to look in the pictures of the participants. Yung iba talagang natakot, yung iba natawa, no? But we forgot that we have an eternal part of ourselves, the soul. The soul is the source of our natural qualities, the source of our thoughts. Why are people are afraid of COVID? They're afraid of COVID not because of it being very, very painful illness. In fact, parang trangkaso lang daw, sabi nila ha. But most people are sick of COVID because of the uncertainty of the gravity of it trying to impact the person. Hindi mo alam kung severe ka ba or kung tamaan ka ng COVID. Iba kasi mild lang, iba naman asymptomatic. But why are people scared of COVID? It's because they're scared of dying. Lagi silang takot na mamatay. So if you try to think about it, a lot of people will take care of themselves, exercise, eat good food, try to sleep well. Pero paglabas nila, ayan na, nagkakaroon ng so-called fear. Okay? The delivery is here. Can you have 1 minute bladder break po? 1 minute bladder break po. Okay po? Hold on, I'll be back po. 1 minute, bladder break po tayo.
At around 3:30 in the afternoon of early June. Every other state, the true number watching the arrest and murder of George Floyd. Sustained winds.
Okay, I'm back. All right. Okay. Am I still screen sharing? Hello? Did I end screen sharing? Hello?
Hello, Miss Dem.
Yes, I'll screen share again.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Rog, iawas mo na lang sa professional fee ko yung 1 minute. All right, can you see my slide? Okay, so let's talk about the soul. Why are people scared of dying? They forgot that we are eternal, we are forever, we are technically indestructible, and that part of our body is our soul. When I was in elementary, I was schooled from St. Louis, elementary hanggang college until PhD. And when my teacher told me, sabi niya, when you're going to be so sinful, this is rough translation na ha, kasi she drew a heart, tapos nag-sin ka, nag-like ka sa nanay mo, ganyan. There will come a time that your heart is filled with so much sins, ang dami mo ng sins, to the point that you don't anymore have Jesus in your heart. Si Jesus alis na sa puso mo. And you'll burn in hell, sabi niya, ang teacher namin, sa religion class. So when she said that, you'll burn in hell, parang sabi ko, it did not resonate well with me because I am created in the image and likeness of God. I am God's creation. I'm a child of God. Why will God destroy me? Why will just He simply destroy me? Yun yung thought process ko. So, I believe, personally guys personally for me, I believe that God is a forgiving God. I believe God is an unconditional God. And He will give me chances whenever I can, whenever He can, to better my life. And as my soul goes into perfection, through the many experiences that I'm gonna go through, ang mangyayari is, I remember that my personal characteristic of a soul is I am indestructible, I am eternal, and I am forever. That, as a thought process that I have, assures me that even if I get sick, I grow old or die, I am going to live forever. We are going to live forever. Because we are not this body. Hindi po tayo itong body na ito. These are just our costume. We are souls. Before we are bodies, we are souls. We are a soul having a bodily existence. Not the other way around. We are not a body having a soulful experience. No. We are souls having a bodily experience. That's the reason why, if you want science, here's science talk. In psychology, they have mapped out the brain, and they have looked into what they call as the God spot. The God spot is the part of the brain that when you're talking about God, you're talking about spirituality, you're talking about all those supernatural experiences, that part of the brain lights up. So there's a part of the human brain that makes it very special. Only humans have that. So when I talk about God, when I talk about my relationship with God, it's possible that as you listen to me, that part of your brain lights up. And it's called the God spot. Another is Dr. McDougall, wherein he experimented that at the moment of death, people who die, gumagaan. No? Gumagaan sila. And by how much? 21 grams. So flat rate po yun na, hindi porke mas mataba ka, mas mabigat yung soul mo. Pag mas payat ka, mas payat din yung soul mo, no? Wala nga, flat rate po tayo doon. So 21 grams ang kanyang sinasabing grams ng ating soul. So why am I sharing this? Because for most people who are not yet awakened, who are not yet conscious about these matters, I have to find an open entry point, science, where you can now see that, okay, these are experiments proving of these things. No, if you still want more proof, go to your Netflix. There's a series there, Surviving Death. At ang kwan na yun. You can watch it. Talks about so many near-death experiences of people. All right, so you can go into that. That's why I want you guys to feel connected, because what you let into your minds shape the quality of our souls. If you think that you're always worried about this pandemic, you might lose your job, who's going to take care of your children? What you let into your minds shape your souls. And what does it mean? It means if I put positive thoughts in my mind, then I glow. My spirit rejoices and I spark with so much power. But if I feed my mind with negative thoughts, I feed my mind with certain unwanted ideas and so on, then it drags me down and I don't become powerful. That's the reason why you are fortunate. You're very lucky. All of you 133 participants here in Zoom and 62 in the Facebook Live. You're very lucky because slowly, hopefully with this idea and this concept, you know that there's the being from within. No? Father Orbos made mention about humankind. I talk about the being from within that we forgot to take care and to nurture. We thought that this body is what we're supposed to focus on. But no, we have to try to go within and find and nurture that being. Certain people in philosophy says, as above, so below. As within, so without. So if I am within, whatever is within me, that goes out. If you bump me and I'm carrying a cup, meron akong dalang baso, tapos nabunggo mo ako, at laman ng basong yon Coke, hindi naman Sprite ang matatapon sa'yo. Hindi naman Royal True Orange, pero Coke. So whatever is within me, that comes out. If I am filled with envy, inggit, then I could not see the goodness of other people. I will always see the bad things that they do. If I am filled with fear and I could not see the joy of living, every time I wake up in the morning, I'm scared and I don't like to live a day or so more. So within, so without. And as you see this diagram on your right, you see that when you go within, as I try to go within, I stop my traveling from going here and there. So you see your mind goes here and there, here and there. Habang nakikinig sa akin, naku, yung anak ko baka di pa umuwi yun na, baka yung asawa ko nito. As you try to listen to me, your mind goes here and there, here and there. But learn to focus, learn to center. Kung Fu Panda, that film says, the inner peace. So when I change from going here and there, from that here and there, to within and up, I get peace. I go within. I don't try to see what other people are doing. I tend to compare. Bakit yung ganun sa Ilocos Norte, ganun sa Ilocos Sur, ganun sila sa CHED, etc., etc. When I do that, I get heavy. But when I close my eyes and I go within, and I try to stabilize myself, I feel light, and I connect with God, and I get recharged. That's why, as I end my talk, learn to charge yourself. Hindi lang po mga cellphones. Learn to charge yourself. Because when you charge yourself, it means that you're getting power. How? For me, I charge my inner being through two ways. One is prayer. When you pray to God, you're charging yourself, connecting to your Father. If I can't sleep at night because I'm thinking of something, whatever I do, ang ginagawa ko, I give it to God, and I go to sleep. And sometimes I imagine. I like imagining, no? I use the powers of visualization. I imagine that I am sleeping on the kandungan, on the lap of God. And when I imagine that, I don't know how to explain it, but I have so much very good sleep because I rest on the lap of God, who's my Father. And two, I meditate. Meditation is not common to most, but it's getting popularity because of its ability for you to get connected with the beyond, connected with the Supreme, connected with God. It is when you meditate that you listen to God. And how do you meditate? For me, 1 hour before I sleep, switch off everything, no gadget anymore. I try to listen to meditation music. I review my day. I thank God for the blessings. And I try to ask Him for more courage, more blessings so that I can continue the work that I do. 1 hour, no more cell phone. 1 hour, no more work. 1 hour, no more laptop. 1 hour, no more Netflix. Empty your mind so that God can fill you up. And this is one of the prayers. Now, of course, Father Orbos has his own prayer a while back, but I think he mentioned this prayer. This is my favorite prayer, the Serenity Prayer. That God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. We get frustrated because we're trying to change our child, our daughter, our son. Sana magbago naman na siya. Naku, itong batang to sakit ng ulo. Sana magbago ka na. Ba't yung ginagaya yung kapatid mo, yung kuya mo? But you cannot change other people. You can only change the way you react to them. So let this be something that you have to remember. You cannot change what people say, do, or act. No? You cannot change it. No? Some people would hate me as a speaker. It's okay. I cannot change the way you think about me. But at the end of the day, what I think about myself is important. What I think about others may not be important for them, but for me, it's important. So when I try to change, I can change only for myself. I stop worrying. I don't watch the news. I try to change my mentality when I take my vitamins. I don't say I take my vitamins because I'm afraid to get sick. I change my mentality. I take my vitamins because I like to feed my body with healthy vitamins. So it's a matter of changing yourself, and that you won't be frustrated. Then how do we heal the soul? Paano natin siya gagamutin? Because the moment that the mind is noisy, the soul is peaceless. The answer to that is, for all of you CHED people having 27 years in nation building, be the change that you want to see the world. Don't complain about your director, your coworker, your driver, whoever is going to be a source of your irritation. Change the way you react to that situation. I could not change the other person, but I can change the way I relate to that person. Then when I do that, I become more peaceful, I become more focused, and I can see them as my brother or sister soul. That's the practice for most Indians. They don't see them as asawa ko or whatsoever. That's the reason why I like how connected, no? Father Orbos and I did not talk to each other. In fact, I don't even know if he knows me. But he used to be a speaker in the University of Baguio, no? And he said about being not able to take everything. The COVID taught us simplicity, no? My message to all of you is be careful of attachment. Your name, your position, your prestige, your power is temporary, no? It could be taken in a snap. I think that's what Father said earlier on. So it's mine, mine, mine. My husband, my work, my title, my position, my bank account, my house, you're attached to it. But the moment it's taken away from you, you get so much sorrow. You're attached to relationships. You're attached to awards and recognitions, no? Degrees and titles, no? Some people, if they don't get to be called doctor, nagagalit yan, nagwawala yan. Dapat doktor itawag mo kasi doktor ako. But for me, if I had my way, you can call me them. It's more personal, it's more loving, it's more close, no? Some people are going to be attached to their face, to their beauty, but that will pass. Mahal kita dahil maganda ka. Mahal kita dahil gwapo ka. But beauty will fade. You say that your life is my life. No. Borrowed lang po yan. That is on loan. Your life is on loan. And the moment we return our life to whoever gave it to us, the Supreme Being, make sure that may ginawa tayong mabuti sa binigay niyang buhay. You are sometimes attached to your possessions. Kaya nga, let me end with this last. We're talking about relationship. Last video. Is this an epic or a fail? Please type epic or fail. Sige nga, this is the last. Nandiyan pa ba kayo? Ayan, meron pa. Nandiyan pa sila. Okay, and here's the video. Ay, bad sigat. Ay, ay. Yun lang. Ayun. Epic fail siya. Okay, so why did I share that? Even relationships, don't be attached to your relationships. I'm a psychologist and I've talked to married couples. And you know what the thing there? Sometimes when I talk to these married couples, they don't know each other. Kasal sila for how many years, but they don't know each other. Kaya for those single people like me, don't think na kawawa naman ako, single ako. Sometimes you're more blessed than those people who are married, trapped in that relationship. So to be single is to be blessed. Hashtag, iko nyo ako doon, itag nyo ako doon. To be single is to be blessed. Don't always inabuti pa siya may asawa. Sometimes it's laborious this time to be with a relationship. Diba? At least tumataw na si Ajarn. Yeah, that's very good. And again, my final note, to have peace in your heart, peace in your self, peace in your soul, be careful of attachment. Think that everything that you have, it's on loan. To God be the glory. When people compliment me for having a good talk, I tell them, to God be the glory. I am just being an instrument. So when I give it all back to Him, hindi lalaki yung ulo ko. But when people say, ang galing mo nag-talk, naman, magaling talaga ako, super, kung loud lang ako, magyayabang ako, then it loses the power to inspire. But when I tap, I get from God what I will tell to His children, I get more power. Don't be dependent on any other thing. And don't be so possessive. No? But careful. Okay? Sabi niya, don't be attached to beauty. Bakit nag-ayos-ayos siya? Itong speaker nag-ayos-ayos siya. Careful. To be spiritual does not give you the license to be ugly. Ulitin ko yun ha. To be spiritual does not give you the license to be ugly. You have to take care of yourself, celebrate yourself as well. And change your mindset. To have peace in your mind, don't think my title, my idea, my money, my etc. All believe that everything that you own is going to be taken away when the moment you die. All of us were born with no clothing. And when we're going to die, we take nothing. So remember that. Be attached to nothing and to no one. That's what the Buddhism dictates. Be attached to no one and to nobody and to nothing. Okay? Last na lang pala ito. Is it an epic or a fail? Last na to before we have the open forum. May apologies I extended. Okay? Epic or fail, both, sabi ni Vivian Mejia. Safe si Ate Vivian, ha? Here you go. Here's the video.
Step up here on this chair and close your eyes. All right, and then everybody fill in, and we're going to ask you to fall, and then they will catch you. So you have to trust us. So I'm going to count to 3. Just relax and fall. Okay? 1, 2, 3. No, wait, no!
Fail. Iba din. Okay. Why is that the final video that I want you to see? That in psychology is called the trust fall. Trust fall. That you trust that a person will catch you. But sometimes we fall in the wrong direction. That's why nobody caught us. In this time of pandemic, trust that God has our backs. So let's fall on our backs, no? And let Him take charge. Sama-sama po tayo pong nanonood ngayon, tayong ilang participants na ba tayo dito? Don't be sad, Dr. Rog, 125. It is going to be 125 souls listening to me. And if all of you tonight visualize that the COVID pandemic is ending, using the powers of your mind, the pandemic is ending, people are healed, people are getting healed, people are getting better. No more people who are sick in the hospitals. And we imagine that not only siguro the whole world, try it in your own barangay, try it in your own Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, Pangasinan. If you do that, we're creating that frequency that will really now totally change everything. Experiment on that, try on that, because that 125 people who are listening right now gets a multiplier effect. And before you know it, we change everything. And learn to be detached. Detached from position, from name, or fame. And that will give you a sense of peace. If you're attached to your position, your name, fame, or money, that will give you more sorrow and more pain if it's taken away from you. Learn to be detached. Right now, ang daming namamatay, no? Ang daming mga nag-leave body. But if we practice loving detachment, I like how Father Orbo said, how hopeful that we will see each other in heaven. Such a hopeful statement, no? COVID is only a virus, but our souls are more powerful than that. Okay? And at one point, I like to all of you to remember that the best way to silence the mind and to heal the soul is to learn how to connect with God. connect with His power, connect with His virtues of love, joy, and peace. And when you do that daily, yes, you may get sick, but He has your back. And He can heal you and become a better, stronger person in the process. And to all of you listening to me, may your cup be full and overflow. Fill it with so much peace, so much happiness. Let this webinar be a start that you start filling your life with so much love, of peace and happiness, so that you can give that to people that you meet. Kulang na tayo sa ganon. No? Hindi lang sa PPE, hindi lang tayo sa kulang sa oxygen, kulang na kulang tayo sa pagmamahal, sa tuwa, sa galak, at sa malasakit sa ibang tao. Kaya, let me end by asking you, how many times did you see the logo of Ched? Ko talaga matinding pangangailangan. Ang dami, matinding pangangailangan. All right, let's count ha. Okay. Dr. Roch or Sir Mel, I need someone. All right. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I say stop. Okay, stop. All right. From there, stop na po ha. Yung ika-27th, kung possible ha, kung ika-27th na sumagot na tama, he or she gets this. All right, here we go. The answer is 5. 5. Okay, so Sir Mel or whoever is in the technical group, please count the 27th person. Yung nag-start na 27th na number 5 ang sagot. You saw that in the first slide. Then here, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So, andun po sila. Sayang, I was supposed to have my iPad, pero nagloko na lang itong iPad ko. So, I cannot try to have that. Okay, so 5 beses po, 5 times, 555. Sino po ang nanalo, Sir Mel, before we go to the open forum? Maybe later, no? Total na makikita naman dyan. So, Dr. Mel or Sir Mel, or whoever in the IT can have that. And again, this is my gift to all of you. Please choose a number. Please choose a number. Just put it in your mind. Just put it in your mind. Choose a number po. 1 to 5. 1 to 5. This is the blessing for your soul. I would like to give you, being the anniversary po ng CHED, this is the blessing you have. So nothing is by accident. Ito yung message ng Diyos para sa'yo. So, have you picked a number? Have you picked a number in your mind? Okay, so, okay, hindi na to ako na. Okay, here's your blessing. So for number 1, here is your blessing. So number 1, this is the blessing for your soul. Each day it's important to recharge the battery of the soul. Otherwise, the capacity of the consciousness diminishes and my thoughts and decisions become fuzzy and confused. And so I connect with the one who is waiting for me, the ocean of infinite love, the ocean of pure radiant light, and I feel myself. 2, this is the gift for your soul. Today, I focus my attention on perceiving the beauty of each being, more than noticing their weaknesses. Each being is unique and faces situations every day that challenge them to stretch beyond their former limits. Everyone is doing their very best, even if they are not successful. O sa office nyo ha, baka sabihin nyo kung ano. Everyone is doing their very best, even if they are not successful. I make the commitment in my heart to be warm and understanding, to remain peaceful, and to appreciate the effort that everyone is making to become better. 3rd, from time to time, I feel the gentle breeze of good feelings surrounding me. They refresh and renew me. In the same way, I generate powerful, positive feelings in my mind, and without concern for whom they may reach, I let them spread out. Due to my attitude, the atmosphere changes and becomes more friendly. 4, today, as always, I have decisions to make. My wisdom is the best guide for this. Wisdom comes from three sources: experience, learning, and intuition. Experience unfolds from living, learning comes from observing myself, and the intuition from hearing the voice deep within. Every day, I make myself present by being the observer and cultivating the habit of listening to my inner being. And 5, I let go and stay light. Of what use is it to remain stuck in past events that cannot be changed? I reserve my energy for whatever may come so that I can create wellness today and feel great tomorrow. Again, nothing is by accident. That was the message intended for you. And I would love to hear from all of you. So please message me. Message me. Do not add me na lang po ha, kasi I don't like to have more than 2,000 friends in Facebook. Please message me. I would love to hear from you from our webinar. Comments, kung nahiya kang mag-comment here in Zoom or in Facebook, please message me. I would love to hear from you and how I could connect with you. All right? So that is my email as well. Please connect with me. I would love to connect with you as well. And with that, CHED Region 1, congratulations to you on your 27th anniversary. Dr. Raj, Direct Dr. Raj, you are doing a great job. To your team, from Dr. Lynette, Sir Mel, and everybody there in CHED Region 1, I miss you all. I hope you also miss me. Thank you for this opportunity. And let's now have open forum. Maraming salamat po. Back po sa inyo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dems, for filling our cups. And thank you very much for giving us a lot of ideas which are beneficial to our mental health, letting us realize the values of optimism, economizing, faith, humor, self-love, and silence as our armor in this time of pandemic. So now we allow our participants to ask some questions to our speaker, Dr. Dems. Do we have any questions from our participants? So I think no one is raising any questions, probably because, as I've mentioned, our cups are full. There has been a lot of things to absorb. You know, I think all of us are overwhelmed by that talk that you have delivered. But anyway, I think I saw one participant a while ago was teary-eyed. Her name is Ajarn, if I'm not mistaken. So is Miss Ajarn M still here? Ma'am, I'm just curious. Kindly unmute Ma'am Ajarn. Is it okay, ma'am, if I would like to ask something from you? Okay lang po? Okay, please unmute Ma'am Ajarn. Yan. Hi, Ma'am Ajarn. Good afternoon. May we ask, why were you teary-eyed a while ago? You were shedding some tears. So what touched you during the talk of Dr. Dems? Kindly unmute, Ma'am Ajarn Ems. Please unmute.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Sorry.
Yes,
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, each and every one. Thank you, Dr. Dem. Actually, yes. Actually, I am here in Thailand right now. I am connected at St. Teresa International College here in Thailand. And recently, I just lost my mom. That's why I was so touched with the talk with that Dr. Dem gave us this afternoon. Thank you so much for the very inspiring and very connected really, Dr. Dem. I am very much connected and related to the talk this afternoon. Thank you very much for that. And thank you also, CHED Region 1. Thank you very much, Dr. Galera, for taking me in this webinar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ma'am Ajarn, for sharing your thoughts. Ingat po kayo dyan sa Thailand.
Thank you po. Thank you.
Ajarn, I will, sir, if you allow me, I will especially include your mom in my meditation tonight. No, we will send good blessings to her as she travels, no? As we say, no more pain and so on. But let's make our her pain, no, her passing, go as smooth as we can by trying to become also stable, no. I can feel you from there, no, from Thailand to here. I can feel you, and I also send blessings to you, love and comfort to you during this loss.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dem. Thank you very much.
So that's it. Thank you for sharing your experience, Ma'am Adjern. And I know we have a lot of things to share, but time does not already permit us to do so. So to award your certificate of appreciation, may we call back Engineer Angelica Dolores, our OIC Supervising Education Program Supervisor. Ma'am Angelica?
Yes, good afternoon. Clear ba? Loud and clear? Yeah. Before I'll award the certificate of appreciation, may I just recognize a good friend. She's Emma. Ma'am Archarn is Emma. Emma Ganuelas, a good friend. She's from San Fernando and used to be with UCC. Stay safe, friend. Ingat ka dyan. We're praying for you. Thank you that you were able to join us in this webinar. At saka, we are happy na marami kang natutunan. Okay, so again, Dr. Dem, as usual, maraming salamat muli. At speaker ka na naman namin today. Suki na in all of our talks. Gaya nga ng nasabi namin before, kapamilya ka na rin ng CHED. So, okay, we'd like to award you the Certificate of Appreciation for generously sharing your time and expertise as learning resource speaker during this PADYAK Sama-Sama activity in celebration of the 27th founding anniversary of CHED. The insights and experiences you shared in the topic Silencing the Mind, Healing the Soul, Keys to Long-Lasting Well-Being have genuinely inspired the administrators, faculty members, and non-teaching staff of the higher education institutions in Region 1 to find a unique path of healing the mind, body, and soul, thereby enhancing their ability to cope with stress and improve work productivity as they continue to provide outstanding leadership and innovation in their respective institutions to ensure that learning never stops during the pandemic. Given this 17th day of May 2021 at the Commission on Higher Education, Regional Office Number 1, City of San Fernando, La Union, signed Dr. Rogelio T. Galera Jr., Director 4. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much po. O, di ba virtually nakuha ko na. Thank you very much.
Oo, galing. Thanks, Dr. Dem.
You're welcome
po. See you soon in person.
Looking forward po.
Doctor, welcome back the St. Louis College Chorale to entertain us in their rendition of the song Bahay Kubo.
Bahay kubo kahit munti ang halaman noon ay sari-sari, singkamas at talong, sigarilyas at mani, sitaw, bataw, patani.
Thank you very much, SLC Coral. And before we move on, we would like to announce the winner of the game that Miss Dems conducted a while ago. So the winner is Miss Donna Lazo. Again, the winner is Miss Donna Lazo. And the prize would come from Sir Mel. From
me.
Dr. Dems po pala. Binigyan ko pa ng binigyan ko pa tuloy ng duty si anyway, congratulations.
Al, excuse me. I guess the prize will be coming from Dr. Mamaat.
Yes. Can I just ask the details of that person to please message me so that I can get your address and send it to you and how to use it? Again, thank you very much and belated Happy Mother's Day to everybody and stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miss Dems. Miss Dems, if you can stay put for a while because we'll have a group picture. So may we request everyone to turn on their cameras so we can have our group picture taking as our souvenir for this webinar. That's it. So Ma'am May Rose, will you do the counting, please?
Okay, so please turn on your cameras. Okay, so wear your biggest smiles. 1, 2, 3, smile.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Next panel. Count, ma'am.
Okay, next panel.
1, 2, 3.
Another panel, smile.
Let's do the Mama Mary wave. Yeah. Wave po tayo. 1, 2, 3. Another one. 1, 2, 3. And the last one. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Thank you very much for your participation. So to formally thank our participants, Ma'am May Rose.
Yeah, to thank the participants, let us hear some words of gratitude from Dr. Danilo B. Bose, OIC Chief Education Program Specialist.
Huwag ka nang alis. Patapos na yan.
Sir Danny, kindly unmute your microphone, please. Please proceed, Sir Danny.
Okay. Thank you, Mel. Thank you, Al. Thank you, Mayor Rose. At this juncture, please allow me to thank our keynote speaker, Attorney Lily Frida C. Makabangon Milya, our OIC, Office of the Executive Director, our two competent resource speakers, of course, Father Jerry Orbos, and of course, our Soki, Dr. Dems. And of course, I'd like also to thank our Regional Director, Dr. Galera, and to the men and women of CHED Region 1 for making this activity a success. Actually, this activity is our form of tribute to all our school administrators and faculty members for your nobility of purpose in innovating ways so that despite the pandemic, you were able to push through with the opening up of classes in your respective institutions. Of course, through flexible learning, like learning management system, online education, or it could be modules. Indeed, you are all heroes in your own rights. Your CHED Region 1 is one with you in claiming victory in Philippine higher education. Happy 27th anniversary to all of us. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat and stay safe everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sir Danny. This is just the beginning because we'll have more celebrations to come because this is a week-long celebration. So to walk us through with the other activities, here's a video of our very own Regional Director Rogelio T. Galera Jr. Okay, so we hope that you had a wonderful time, but tomorrow, if this day is for you, tomorrow it's a day for our students because we will be awarding the natatanging mag-aaral. And these are our scholars who have achieved so much in life. So we now give our appreciation in the form of an awarding ceremony. To say more about that, let's see this video.
Mark your Chedlindar mga kapadyak, it's time to move forward and claim victory for Philippine higher education. Let us celebrate the first National Higher Education Day on May 18, 2021 and the 27th anniversary of the Commission on Higher Education on May 17 to 21, 2021. Starting off with Padyak para sa Kabanalan 27th CHED Anniversary Events. And Padyak sama-sama, a virtual social gathering for higher education institutions together with our OIC Executive Director, Attorney Lily Freda Milia, Father Jerry Orbos, Dr. Dem Mina Mamaan as they assist us in coping with the challenges brought about by this pandemic. On May 18, during the first Higher Education Day, let us celebrate the success of our scholars through the Sirid Kendagta, Galing at Sigasig, Gawad Parangal para sa natatanging mag-aaral 2021 at the International Convention Center of the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University. On May 19, 2021, let us witness our college students as they represent their schools to showcase their talents, wit, and creativity during the Padyak para sa Kalinangan, Sining at Galing, Culture and Arts and Academic Competitions. Time to get active on May 20, 2021 as we connect with our higher education institutions biking community through Padyak para sa Komisyon Fun Cycling Event to promote our victory for higher education, followed by Padyak para sa kasiyahan, laro ng lahi. And to cap the week-long celebration and honor the sacrifices of our frontliners, we will be providing health kits and relief packs through the CHED R01 Padyak para sa frontliners. Tayo ay isang komisyon ng pandayan at kaunlaran. Sama-sama, iisa para sa higher education. Padyak na!
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our lineup of activities for CHED's 27th anniversary. Ma'am Rose, before we play our last song, this is my key takeaway. So we are very positive that we can achieve more in the days to come because we are all inspired and animated by the talks and interactions with our resource speakers.
Yes, Sir Al. We will continue to dream and continue to fulfill our mission of making this world a better place by producing more competitive graduates whose hearts are dedicated to service.
For our finale song, let us listen once again. And of course, say our thanks also to SLC Chorale in their rendition of A Better World, composed by one and only our national artist, Mr. Ryan Kayabyab.
I dream that one day our voices will somehow fill the world with joy forever. I dream that someday our wishes somehow soon come true, that lasts forever. I dream that someday our songs fade somewhere will bring a bright morning full of love, full of hope, full of joy. see this one day when all the world will be ours. There's someday when all is standing for us, singing one song together. Everywhere, say, we are gonna love you, the people of the world. We are gonna make your life yours. We are gonna say, the people of the world. We are gonna make your life I dream that someday our wishes will somehow so come true and last I dream that someday our stars in somewhere will be bright full of love, full of hope, full of joy. I see this one day when all the world will hear us. That someday when all is standing for us, singing our song together. Everywhere, sing, we're gonna love you, people of the world. We're gonna make your life yours. We're gonna sing, the people of the world. We're gonna make your life yours. We're gonna make your life yours. We're gonna make your life yours.
Be not afraid, I have made you, I have saved you, I have called you, you are mine, you are precious to me, and I love you. Be not afraid, be not afraid. When you pass through waters that rage, I am with you. In the rivers you shall not drown. Walk through the fire and His flames will not consume you, for I am God. Be not afraid, I have made you, I have saved you, I have called you, you are precious to me, and I love you. Be not afraid, be not afraid. Even if you wander away from Bring you in me and bring you back. Be not afraid, I have made you, I have saved you, I have called you, you are mine, you are precious to me, and I love you. Be not afraid, be not afraid. I will go before you and level the mountains. If you treasures will follow the door, no hidden riches will stream at last from you, for I am gone. Be not afraid, I have made you, I have saved you, I have called you, you are mine, you are precious to me, and I love you. Be not afraid, be not afraid, be not afraid.
Part of our PADYAK Sama online friends, maraming salamat po to all our participants who joined us this afternoon to our virtual opening for the celebration of the higher education Day and the 7th founding anniversary of the commission. I would like to call in our regional director for the final view to all our participants, to all our speakers who joined us this afternoon. So,
Thank you, Mel. And thank you to all our participants for joining us in this virtual gathering of our education institutions, administrators, school officials, our faculty members, and teaching staff in this reopening of the higher education. Marami pong salamat. Join us the rest of week as we celebrate the first National Education Tomorrow. Will be on May 8, 2021, and other activities for our CHED Higher Education Week on Wednesday, Thursday, and isamahan niyo po kami at patuloy po tayong magpadya as we move forward and take victory in higher education. Thank you very much, everyone, and God bless you, at stay safe always. Bye.